Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. Sir, you're also charged with especially aggravated. Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
Fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican po, he's verbal club.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Great to have you here with us. As I'm pretty much, I think everything's mostly put back together. We rebuilt the studio this morning, as one does. Happy Thursday to you. Podcast Thursday, I think.
Hello.
I think we're going to podcast tonight. I'll have to double check with Tom to make sure his schedule is working out. That works better when it's not on the floor, so I'll keep it right there. All right. Good morning. Good morning. First of all, foremost, before we go too far, Lois Cox. Congratulations, Lois, one of our great moderators. First in chat today. I happen to know that Lois is a woman of many talents, and I don't think for a second that she won't be able to moderate and manage the internet. So for that reason, I'm sentencing you to internet ownership. Everything up here related worldwide is your responsibility, Lois. Good luck. You're going to do great. All right, hello. Oh, she gave it away. She gave it away just like that. Oh, okay. Lizzie Izzy, we'll get to that because we're still on catch up. Remember, we had to cut it. We've got a little bit of catching up to because they went long yesterday, and I had my TED Talk. Let's see, who did you give it away to, Lois? Darn it, she says, darn it. Who was the sad sucker who was the lucky individual who won the internet at your behest? It's pinned. Oh, Loves True Crimes. There it is. Thank you very much. Loves True Crimes. Congratulations. Sorry, this mic is brand new. I changed this thing, the foam cover. I changed it out. I think I have about 15 of them now. I take the old one off, and you wash it like in the dishwasher, but I wash it by hand with Dove dishwashing soap. No, Dawn, I think it is. The blue one. The one they put on the ducks. Whatever the one they use on ducks. I clean them, and then I never use them. And I'm thinking, I can clean it and make it smell nice and fresh and new. And then I'm like, nah, I'd rather just use a new one. So I have a whole stack of these old. But this one,
I'm not going to argue.
This one doesn't smell like caviar at all. Anyway, this was wonderful. All right, a lot I can tell you about caviar too. Never mind. We've got lots of stories probably for the podcast tonight. But Loves True Crimes, congratulations. Everything IP related worldwide is your responsibility. I'll try to fix the buffering. You're going to do great. Thank you. All right. Is it Friday yet? Not quite, Mindy. Not quite. I'm surprised it went late. I'm glad we quit when he did because I barely had time to get there and set up. And the TED Talk went great. I know it went great because 8 of the Utes, the bros, the kids that were there, the teenage boys stayed after to ask questions and talk about equipment and have ideas for their channel and what they're doing and things like that. So it was really good. All right, we're going to sing Happy Birthday really quickly and then get to court. And by we, I mean all of us. It's not just me. This is not a solo. This is not a solo performance. I would not do this if this was a solo performance. You have to sing too. So let's see. Lisa, Marty Jane, and Nico all celebrating their birthdays today. I suppose there was an anniversary in there somewhere. Happy anniversary. I'll have to go back to that one. All right, we're going to sing Happy Birthday. So everyone, wherever you are, Stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with the neighbors. Warm up with it if you will. La 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 la. All right, here we go. I always sit up straight, says Goldilocks. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lisa, Marty, Jane, and Nico. Happy birthday to you. There you go. Lisa, Marty, Jane, and Nico. Happy birthday. I realize there are a million places to be and a billion people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. Privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy, that is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy right back to you, make your day just a little more special. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village, and Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Denmark's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. You look good. You look great. All right, dancers doing their thing, pancakes coming hot off the grill. This is the best way to start the day. We're going to be going to court in just a moment. And apparently there's a lot happened. A lot happened yesterday, so we might have to work through lunch today to get caught up. Or maybe, do you want to do 1.25 speed this morning? We've got like an hour and a half at least to go through with this from yesterday. Any objections to 1.25 speed? Hearing none? I don't know. It's spicy. It gets spicy, so I don't want to skip too much. But if it gets too spicy, we'll slow it down. All right. Also, we're excited to soon, in just a moment, we'll have up here. Oh, that's my view. I'm sorry. This is the Top Mark Media channel about to go live with the Alaska trial, which is a verdict watch right now. So we'll keep an eye out to that. That's actually about 3 hours away. So remind me in 3 hours to start that. But it's ready to go. Drum solo. Here we go. My bass drum is up on the hi-hat area for some reason. Beautiful, beautiful. There we go. All right, we're going to go to court. Just that quick, unless I missed something. I'll tell you about the caviar tonight, the caviar update, because there is one, but that comes tonight. Let's see, we're going to go to 7. 7 has audio. Let me tell you where we're catching up. We have still Jade's best friend, Najaya. I can never get her name right, on the stand. She's appears to be a very good friend. They were super close. They did everything together. They talked about everything. And she's just been asked by the prosecution, and this is the tail end of the direct testimony. She's just been asked by the prosecution about Jade and what she did when she got pregnant, how she changed her lifestyle, because she had been using some marijuana and possibly mushrooms and alcohol, things like that. And so she just testified that she's, starts taking her prenatal vitamins and just everything, doing the light workouts and following the doctor's orders. That's where we're picking up from yesterday, and it's right before defense comes in and takes over. So let's listen.
Can you describe kind of her lifestyle about health after she found out about the baby?
It drastically changed. She would let me know when she would take her prenatals. She was doing light workouts, was definitely changing her diet and eating habits and drinking a lot of water.
I can have just one more.
We know this witness is very nervous.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I don't have any other questions.
We paused one question before they
Yes,
did.
Your Honor, it's going to be pretty lengthy.
Okay, I checked with the jury about staying longer tonight, and they're okay.
Judge says, I checked with the jury. They're cool.
Is that a minute?
Okay.
Randy Espinoza, welcome to the gallery, Randy. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that support that makes it all possible. Love those that can be members here. That's wonderful. And speaking of members, Shauna C, welcome as an attorney. Thank you, Shauna C, for that this morning. That's wonderful. Hit me up on the social medias. Love to follow you back if you're on those. The jury wanted the details on this one. This has been a very insightful witness. Remember, we've every time this attorney has engaged with the court in some manner, it has gotten a little spicy between her and the judge. I have not seen this, but just keep that in the back of your mind. This defense attorney brings the spice wherever she goes. Take your time, man. It's not like you knew this part was coming. I bet she thought they were gonna break for the day and then start tomorrow morning to this morning. Oh, I forgot. We have to go 1.25 speed. Hold on just 1 second.
2 more seconds, please.
2 more seconds is all I need to go to 1.25 speed, so.
Ms. Jackson, my name is Letitia Quinones-Holmes, and I'll be asking you a few questions.
Letitia.
Well, a lot of questions. At any time you don't understand something, let me know, and I'll do my best to rephrase, okay? You said you met Jade when you were 6 years old. You guys at some point went to the same middle school and high school, right?
Yes.
You were very close.
Correct.
And you guys also went off to college. Was it the same college that you went to? Or different colleges but at the same time?
We went to the same college at one point and a different college at another.
Sure. Because she left and went to culinary school.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? And the culinary school was where?
Bentonville.
Now, are you both from Little Rock, Arkansas?
We are.
Do you know an Arion Curtis, who now may be Arion Jordan?
I do.
Is she also from Little Rock, Arkansas?
I believe so.
And do you know Apple Denny?
I know of her.
Have you ever met her before?
Objection, Your Honor, to relevant.
I would just have a little leeway.
Okay, if you ever met her,
Yes.
It's objection 37. We'll get that on the screen in just a second.
Now, at some point, Jade moved to Nashville, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about when she moved to Nashville?
I don't know exactly when. Probably like 2020, early 2022, maybe.
Early 2022? Okay. And when she moved to Nashville in early 22, you were where?
In Little Rock.
Were you guys speaking during that time?
Yes.
How often?
Maybe like every couple days or maybe once a week.
Okay. But significant, you were talking.
She's leaning
And then
back.
at some point,
She's
you
on
moved
guard.
to Nashville.
Correct.
When did you move to Nashville?
In August of 2022.
And so, when you moved to Nashville, who did you live with when you moved here?
Myself.
And you came here to go to Meharry?
Meharry, yes.
Meharry, I'm sorry. And you didn't move in with Miss Benny?
No.
Now, when you moved here, how often did the two of you get together?
It just depends on when our schedules would align.
Okay. So what would that be?
Maybe once a week, twice a week.
So once or twice a week?
Maybe, yes.
And what are some of the things that the two of you would do when you got together?
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance.
Your Honor, this witness testified that the basis of a lot of her testimony today.
okay, what would y'all do when you hung out?
Go eat dinner, go walk, just all kinds of fun stuff that best friends would do.
Okay, would you smoke marijuana together?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance.
All right, it's been mentioned, so she's answered it. Go ahead.
Thank you. Would you drink together?
Yes.
And would she opt, or at least at some point, would she suggest that you do mushrooms together?
No.
No?
She didn't suggest.
Did she ask you to do mushrooms with her?
Maybe. I don't recall.
Now, would a text message between you and Jade help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
The state tried to get ahead of this by saying how she had changed her whole lifestyle.
Get that here.
Sorry.
He's gonna get that.
Let me make sure it's the right one.
Yeah, make sure it's the right text. You've already messed up on that once, man. The state tried to get ahead of this, trying to show that she had changed. Yes, she did this in the past. Once she got pregnant, she no longer did these things.
I have a copy. Got a hand to the thing.
Butler Bailiff hands up
If you
the
could take a
text
moment
message.
and read those first 3 texts to yourself and let me know when you're done. Or maybe go down 4 texts.
I'm ready.
Okay. Did she suggest that you guys should do it together?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, you would oftentimes, would you not, reach out to Ms. Benning and ask her to help you secure drugs, wouldn't you?
Marijuana.
Adderall as well, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so more than marijuana.
Okay. Yes.
And you did that more than once.
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance may be approached.
Okay.
Okay, the state recognizing that the defendant is not comfortable at all here is objecting a lot, trying to get ahead of this argument. If they can head it off before it goes down the road where defense wants to go, that would be much better for the state. Turn on 3 here. Hang on 1 second. 4. Sorry, I'm trying to tweak the audio to fix it how we had it yesterday. Just takes a couple adjustments. I don't know. I can't remember one case from the next. I have to look at the calendar. So I sort of focus on where we are in the moment, and then during the breaks I'll look at other stuff. But text me on the burner phone, like the facts of the case, the state, the judge, the county, the charges. That's usually how I have to refresh my recollection. Okay. Hate the victim blame game. Shake my head. The victim had a past, so what? We can Zoom. I'm just not sure how long this one lasts. I'm limited to one screen right now. Hold on.
Do you remember a time when, around October the 3rd of 2022, when Ms. Benning was traveling somewhere in California? You remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember you guys were having a text message conversation?
Yes.
And in that text message, Ms. Benning starts off the conversation saying, "Edible kicked my ass." Do you remember her saying that to you?
Can I please see it?
You may.
Edible would be like a marijuana gummy or something like that. I have a lot of screens, but they're all tied up doing different things right now. As we're on replay, catching up right now at 1.25 speed from yesterday.
You see there we're on October the 3rd of 2022. Ms. Benning says to you, edibles kicked my ass. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you see that later the next text message she sends says smoking, edibles, and tequila, laugh my ass off? Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see where your next text to her is weed or some other shit?
Yes.
What is some other shit that she could be smoking, Miss Jackson?
Mushrooms.
But you can smoke mushrooms?
I didn't say smoke, I said or some other shit.
Well, you said weed or some other shit, right?
Yes.
What's the other shit?
Mushrooms.
Okay.
You get.
So when you were referring to weed, because you hear above it, it says smoking, but it doesn't say what she's smoking, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says smoking, and then you respond weed or some other shit.
Mm-hmm.
And your response is she was going to smoke mushrooms.
I didn't say smoke mushrooms, but I was asking her, was that what she's talking about?
Okay. And did Ms. Benning, in your closeness with her, ever share with you when the last time that she had her period?
I don't recall.
You know. Would you have learned that the last time she had her period was September the 12th?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you're putting words into her mouth. I thought you asked, did you know? And she said no.
She said she didn't recall.
She said she didn't know.
As close as you were, did you know that she didn't have her period in October?
We don't just discuss our periods like all the time, so no.
So when you were on direct examination, Ms. Jackson, you talked about that this was your sister and you discussed everything. Isn't that what you said?
We do.
But you don't discuss your periods.
I did not.
Now, but didn't you, isn't it true that you and Ms. Benning was trying to calculate who was the father of this child?
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't discuss the last time she had her period if you're trying to calculate when was the last time who was the father of the child?
I don't recall talking about a period.
Well, how would you figure out who was the father?
Objection, Your Honor. She's answered this question.
Right, well, she's
I'm
asking
objecting
another
to the
question.
relevance of the line of questioning. When the witness
What's your
says she
next
doesn't
question?
know.
How can you discuss and try to determine who's the father of the child if you don't discuss when was the last time she had her period?
Based on the how far along she was in her pregnancy.
Well, how would you know how far along she was if she doesn't go to the doctor?
She did.
But you were talking about that before she went to the doctor.
We were at the doctor talking about that.
So when you were talking about it, you would have to figure out the last time she had her cycle and who she was having sex with.
Okay. You can't tell her what she did or didn't know. Well, you just ask her questions.
Now, was there not a time that Ms. Benning would infuse the food that she cooked with marijuana?
Objection, Your Honor, to relevance.
We've already had that discussion with other witnesses. So did you know anything about that?
I did.
You said you did know?
Mm-hmm.
And she would do that, would she not?
She has before.
Thank you. Now, when you were discussing who the father was of this baby, there was another gentleman that was in the running. Was that true?
Yes.
And who was that?
His name was Blaise.
Okay. And at the time that you guys were making this discussion, or having this discussion, this was a time that she was, in fact, pregnant, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
This was a
That
time.
was the discussion with Miss Benning about Des after you knew she was pregnant.
Yes.
And in that same conversation, you were asking, and she was talking about the mushrooms, and you were asking her to ask Des.
Objection, Your Honor, to the hearsay.
What is your question?
This was a discussion they were having together.
Well, it still may be hearsay, but what is your question?
You guys were discussing drugs then too, were you not?
Objection, Your Honor, to the hearsay.
Do you care to be heard?
Yes. There was a conversation that she was a part of. This is what she was saying with Miss Benning.
Still hearsay.
And it goes to Miss Benning's state of
What
mind.
hearsay exception is
It goes to Miss Benning's state of mind as it relates to drugs. This is a drug overdose. Mr. Taylor has to be able to put on a defensive theory.
Yeah, but the space and time is
it? You ever
different.
discussed with Miss Benning after she knew she was pregnant about drugs?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Would it assist you if I was to allow you to look at text messages?
Sure.
trying to get caught up here this morning because we had to take a break last night. So yes, this is from yesterday evening. They went late. This is them going late in the evening after they normally would have broken for court for the day. So
when text, what time frame text do you want that to?
It is 10:29, Your Honor, and 11:02.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I did. The 10:29. Let me just give you.
See if there's multiple copies of that.
I'm going to give you a copy of all of them so you can have them ahead of time.
You got 10:29, 11:02, and something else?
Yeah, I'm giving her all of them. I'm just making sure that
what is
they're the
that?
same.
Your Honor, I object to the relevance as well as the hearsay. I do not understand what she is attempting to do.
All right, let the jury step down and follow.
object to relevance and hearsay just came in again. Let's turn down the foot mics. We're going to fight this out outside the presence of the jury for a little bit.
Okay, they're both copies of it.
How many texts are you wanting to show this young lady?
I'm trying to get them all to her at
How
one
many
time.
are you wanting to show?
About 8, Your Honor.
All right, let me have copies of them. Let me have copies of them.
I want to give them to you all at one time, please, so that we don't have to go to revisit. And I can tell the court exactly
Just let me have copies of them.
Once you read them, you're going to ask me.
I don't know what.
Just let me have copies.
11:02, 10:29. This one is 11:02. There's another one for 11:02. There's another one for 11:02. There's another one for 11:02.
Or you're giving me all the metadata and everything?
Yes, I am.
I don't even see the, one starts off need or,
That's the way that it
I've
prints
been looking
out.
at my body. Beautiful child I've ever laid out. What does that one say about drugs?
So I'm giving you drugs, but
Let's just do this real easy. Tell me what that one says about drugs.
so in that text message,
You
what
haven't
it's,
looked at it.
you just told me what it said. You said it says about my body. What does it have to do with about drugs? I'm trying to answer it.
Okay.
What this says is that on 11:02, and then you go to 10:29, she talks
I
about.
haven't gotten to 10:29.
You're asking me about this one or 10:29?
That one.
This one says, me either, and then she goes on to say to both. Then she says, like, I've been looking at my body and shit too. And so what it says here is that she knew that when I started questioning if I could be pregnant. So on this date, she says that she had been looking at her body and could tell that she had been pregnant. She
She
didn't.
says that?
Yes, she did.
Okay, let me see that. But that has nothing to do with drugs.
It does because what
No,
it
no, I'm
suggests.
saying, is there any reference in this text to drugs?
No, but it
Okay,
orients the
thank you.
state of mind of Miss Benny.
State of mind.
Yes, as it goes to our defensive theory.
Does the state have decent copies of what the messages are back and forth?
I can.
This is like reading a dictionary.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm not sure what everything in that format.
It's the way that we did it.
Defense is handed them
I can
up.
only print out the way the metadata is given to me.
Like I've been looking at my body, okay? So that's what you say on that.
Defense is
Next
showing
one I'm
all the
looking at
metadata and
is
everything.
11:02 at 1:50 p.m. You need to find out ASAP. Indiana is the closest place to go if I made that decision. What does that have to do with drugs?
Because that one is dealing with abortion because she was.
How do we know that?
Because that's what they're talking about in regards to Indiana being the closest place.
How do I know that?
Because in text messages before that, she
I don't have
says, you do.
What does this have to do with drugs?
I just said I'm giving you all the text
Does this have
messages.
anything to do with drugs?
No, but it has to do with abortion that I'm going to go into, and I don't want to have to stop and do this
I'm
again.
just I'm just dealing with the state's objection about you're wanting to grill this young lady about drugs. That says something about abortion. It's weird, been like you've been drinking. What does this have to do with drugs?
It has to do with alcohol. She was found to have cocaethylene in her system.
But that is something from where's the answer to from Ms. Jackson, but like you've been drinking?
Ms. Jackson just testified that she is
Where's
very...
the answer of this from the text?
It doesn't have to be an answer. That's her statement to Ms. Benning.
Objection to the hearsay.
It's not hearsay. She's right here. I can ask her if
How
she
about
said...
Ms. Benning's statements are hearsay?
That's not Ms. Benning's statement. If I can at least allow me to explain to the court what it is that I'm trying to do, why I provided you with all the text messages that you asked for.
Okay. Well, some of them I didn't ask for. Finished up cleaning, want to come smoke and have a bottle of wine when I get off. That's from Ms. Jackson. That's 10:29. So you want to ask Ms. Jackson if Ms. Benning came over and had a bottle of wine?
I do, and smoked.
Where does it say smoke?
Do you want to smoke and have a bottle of wine?
Want to come, S-P-O-K-E. You think that's a misspelling?
Can I see it?
Come speak. S-P-O-K-E.
And while she's looking at that, one says, I'll be done in like an hour. You're not going to the party. I was going to, but my body is just really exhausted. I think I'd rather chill tonight. What is that? What's the relevancy of that?
That one has to do with, as I stated before, that she was already telling by her body that she was pregnant, but yet she was doing drugs around this time, if you orient it with the other text message of 10:29 that I gave you.
All right, maybe I hadn't gotten to that. This is 11:2.
I think it was wrong for the judge to suggest that was a spelling mistake to the witness and hand her some evidence.
Excuse me. Can I have a copy of these
No,
texts?
hang on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you have the 10:29 one?
You just have that one, Your Honor.
Okay. It says, I'll be done in an hour.
This is 10:29.
It's 10:29, right? Okay, and after you look at this, is that a typo on your part?
Probably, yes.
Okay, so you would say you're texting Miss Benning about wanting to smoke and have a bottle of wine?
On 10:29, yes.
Did she come over and do that?
I don't remember.
Okay. All right, we can do that. That.
Good news, guys. I'm pregnant. I'm tired. This is wild. This is just...
So
this is crazy. Get a rear view of the jury box over there on the right. That's where the jury views this circus from.
If I may, Your Honor, that's Ms. Jackson's observation of Ms. Benning.
In a text?
Yes, in a
How's
text.
she observing her in a text?
She is finding out that she was pregnant. Ms. Jackson's response is like, you've been drinking.
I don't see that one. I don't see that one.
Yeah, hard to.
And if she feels like that's not what it means, that's what she could tell the jury.
After that, putting brackets there. You know what that's about?
The conversation is incomplete. Like, I can't really make a... I don't know.
And then this is, I'm excited in a way. I'll be more okay when I know for sure it's his. It's his, it has to be. And what does that have to do with the drug?
That's in regards to Mr. Taylor. Like I said, I was giving you everything so that we didn't have to go through this again.
Okay, so this is relevant in terms of going back and finding out who the father is.
Correct.
And this shows that they're just discussing it.
They're discussing it, but it's relevant because it goes to Mr. Taylor's state of mind that he would try to harm a child that could possibly not even be his.
He's not a party in this conversation.
How do these checks have anything to do with him?
Because he's asked for a paternity test.
My question is, you've asked about discussions with who's the father and things like that. So you're wanting this text to add to that how?
Because it says she will be more excited once she determines it's his. So that means she didn't even know if it was his at the time.
All right. And then, does the state care to be heard about whether, do you, Miss Jackson, know what you're referencing? Indiana is the closest place to go if I made that decision?
The conversation, I don't remember the whole conversation. It is in part, so I can't give you an answer.
You don't know what Indiana may have been?
We were talking about her being pregnant.
Were there any discussion between you and Miss Benning about her getting an abortion?
Not necessarily that being her decision, no.
What does that mean?
She never said she wanted an abortion. I just told
Do you
her
know if Indiana has anything to do with that?
if she were to have made that decision, but that decision was not what she made.
And this one says because you could be 8 in 2 weeks, would be 10 and then too late. Do you know what that was about?
That's about
If she were to have an abortion.
Okay. And the state, these are 11-2, 11-2. And the state's objection about these is what?
Karen, I just want to be clear, we're talking about those specific texts that you just asked
Yes.
Ms. Jackson about. So my objection is that, number one, they're incomplete to the conversation. But
Do you have the complete download?
I can give it.
I didn't ask you.
Right, I'm sorry.
I didn't ask.
Yes, I mean, I have access
I
to
mean,
it.
you would agree with me, I'm just trying to be fair, you would agree with me that you asked a lot of questions of various witnesses about Miss Benning wanting to have her baby.
Yes.
And these would indicate that there were discussions about not doing that.
And
Yes, no.
my objection.
Yes, no.
I would like to ask the witness the question, but I understand that the
Ms. Jackson, the
conversation.
question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
What?
Ms. Jackson, those conversations that you have snippets of, did those all occur before Ms. Benning confirmed that she was pregnant?
No.
Are they all from November 2nd?
Yes.
And you went to the appointment to confirm it on November 3rd?
Correct.
So they're all before she confirmed it?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Once she confirmed that she was pregnant, was there any discussion that she was suggesting that she might have an abortion?
No.
Okay.
If I may be heard, Your Honor.
You don't need to be heard. I'll allow to ask that. I'll allow you to ask about these two text messages.
Thank you.
Trying to bite my tongue about like that.
About what? Whoa.
And
Your Honor, may I be heard about the drug text messages?
sure.
The state's objection is that this witness has already testified that there was drug and alcohol use, marijuana and alcohol, prior to her finding out she was pregnant.
Mhm.
She found out she might be pregnant on November 2nd. She confirmed it on November 3rd.
Mhm.
Any questions about drinking or drug use prior to that are completely irrelevant. It's cumulative. It's already been testified to, and the specifics of it have no relevance to the trial.
They're wanting to argue the jury that she continued to be a drug dealer and may have overdosed on her own unintentionally.
Drug user.
Your Honor, those messages are before she knew she was pregnant.
Correct. And you can point that out. They want to argue, good thing, bad thing, I'm not going to say, but they want to argue that Ms. Benning may have unintentionally overdosed on cocaine.
Now, it is important to note while we're speaking about it, that she also had fentanyl in her system.
This lady doesn't.
I'm not speaking about that, but it goes to the
I don't
relevance.
need to hear all of your argument at this point. I'm just saying why you think it's relevant. So I'm allowing you to ask those questions. So
Thank
bring
you.
the jury back down.
So we quit yesterday just before all this spice, trying to get through this and join up with the live court, which has not yet started this morning. Yeah, it sounded like the fentanyl was, I thought it was given at the hospital.
So, Ms. Jackson, during the month of October, it is in fact true that Ms. Benning was in fact doing drugs, was it not?
She smoked marijuana.
And some other shit, right?
Mushroom.
And once you guys found out that she was pregnant, you then sent her a text message and said, like, you've been drinking, didn't you?
I sent that?
Yes.
Yes.
And what you were doing was calling her out that, oh my God, you're pregnant and you've been drinking. Isn't that correct?
No.
That's not what you meant by that?
No.
And it was after that that she no longer spoke with you about she herself doing any drugs. Is that right?
Could you ask that again, please?
Yes. After that text message that you sent her saying, like, you've been drinking, after that text message, she no longer sent you a text message about drinking or doing any drugs. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
So she could have sent some after that?
I'm not sure.
And also, we discussed the fact that you guys had to determine who the father was, and you determined that it was Blaise, is correct?
Yes.
But there was a time when she took those home pregnancy tests that you talked about. You remember that? Mm-hmm. And she sent you a picture of those home pregnancy tests that you testified to.
Mm-hmm.
Leslie B., that would be
During
awesome.
that time, she herself was considering an abortion, wasn't she?
She was not.
Well, didn't you guys discuss possibly going to Indiana?
In terms of, she wasn't sure what she wanted to do, but abortion was not the answer. We were just discussing as friends, what did the future look like?
Well, you were going to go to Indiana to possibly have an abortion. She was going to go to possibly have an abortion.
Objection, Your
correct?
Honor. Counsel is mischaracterizing.
Okay. You know what that discussion was about?
I asked her about Indiana one time. We never went, and we never talked about it again.
Well, why would you talk about it if it wasn't an option for her?
We were just discussing as girls, as friends, like what.
Didn't you also say on one occasion, well, 2 weeks, you need to decide because it'll be too late? Didn't you say that to her?
I didn't see that. Could I please see that?
You may.
Get that.
Yeah, Leslie, if you're going today, save my burner phone number in your phone. And obviously follow all the court rules, which I know you'll do
Let me ask you
anyway.
where I said that.
Okay. So you were discussing it because she was considering an abortion, correct?
We were just discussing. She didn't say she was getting an abortion.
I understand, but she was considering it, wasn't she?
Objection, Your Honor. She has mischaracterized the witness's testimony.
Okay. She said she checks that. She doesn't know what Ms. Benning was considering. Go ahead.
So when Ms. Benning then texts you, well, you text Ms. Benning, you need to find out ASAP. This is on November the 2nd. She responds, Indiana is the closest place to go if I made that decision. She was speaking about an abortion, was she not?
I already said that we discussed multiple options. It wasn't like a definitive answer.
Okay.
We were just talking.
So when
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
When Mr. Taylor reached back out to Ms. Benning on December 31st, after he no longer considered an abortion, it's no different It was just different times. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry?
What is your question? That's a statement.
No, I said, isn't that correct? That's a question.
That
When Mr. Taylor,
what Mr. Taylor thought.
when Mr. Taylor reached back out to Miss Benning on December 31st, do you remember that?
I don't remember the day when he reached back out. It was, I don't know.
You remember when she told you she went to the park with Mr. Taylor?
I do.
On January the 1st?
Yes.
And they sat there for 4 to 5 hours and talked?
Yes.
And after that date, did she ever tell you that Mr. Taylor talked to her about having an abortion after that?
I don't recall.
So is it your statement that he could have, or you don't recall him ever saying that?
Is there messages that I could potentially read about it?
I can give you the messages between you and Miss Benning from January 1st all the way up to February 25th if you would like me to.
I'm speaking about this question that you're asking me now.
My question is from January 1st of 2023 until February 25th of 2023. Did Miss Benning ever come to you about Mr. Taylor trying to pressure her or ask her to get an abortion? Yes or no, ma'am?
No.
Thank you.
Wow.
Now, during this time that from the January 1st until the February 25th, isn't it true that you believed that Mr. Taylor was trying to work on the relationship?
I can't necessarily speak for what he was doing.
Okay, but did you remember talking to one of the detectives?
Saying what again? I'm sorry?
That Mr. Taylor was trying to work on the relationship.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. And that's what you shared with the detective, right?
Okay, yeah.
Can you show me that reference?
I would have to pull it out. I can't. This witness is not, I'm not.
Go ahead. What's your
Thank you.
question?
I'd like to move on.
All right, go ahead.
Now, when talking about Mr. Taylor and Miss Benning from February 1st until February 25th, Miss Benning never complained to you in any form or fashion about Mr. Taylor being abusive to her, pressuring her in any kind of way. Isn't that true?
Correct.
Now, when Mr. Taylor and Miss Benning parted ways on November the 6th of 2022, it was Miss Benning who sent the text message to Mr. Taylor that they should go their separate ways. Wouldn't you agree? Mention that.
When she found out she was pregnant.
And where did you see that? Did she tell you that in person or via text, or how did she tell you
It
that?
might be in the text messages, or she might have told, or she probably told me on the phone.
Right, because I've looked through the text messages. That's not there.
On the phone.
Okay, do you want to ask questions or testify?
So, when Miss Benning sent the text,
Do you want to ask
on
questions or
November
testify?
the 6th, in fact, she said, we're at an impasse. Isn't that what she said? Because she sent the text message to you. You testified to it, remember?
Yeah, can I see this text message, please?
Yeah. Do you need a copy of that November 6th text?
This court is so noisy, it's going to be hard to get sound bites from.
That's the text that you testified to on direct examination that you edited, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one where it was Miss Benning who sent the text message to Mr. Taylor, isn't that right?
Mm-hmm.
And what she says is, we need to go our separate ways. Isn't that what she said?
Do you want me to, am I supposed to read it, or?
Well, I just
said
asked
she
you
said
whether or
it
not
there.
she said it.
Yes.
Okay. And she never shared with you that after that, Mr. Taylor tried to continue to call her, continue to try to force her to have an abortion or anything of the sort, did she?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
After that text message, Miss Benning never shared with you that Mr. Taylor tried to force her, coerce her, or do anything to force her to have an abortion, did she?
No.
Okay. Now, let's move on to February 25th. But before we do that, you did say on direct examination that you were willing to be this child's father, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you were going to move in with her to help raise the baby, correct?
If need be.
Yeah. And I think, did you refer to them as your babies, her and the baby, Jade and the baby were your babies?
When did I say that?
I'm asking if you ever referred to them as that.
I don't remember.
On February the 25th of 2023, you knew that Miss Benning was the one who planned this date night, isn't that right?
Correct.
And she reached out to you about what she should cook.
Mm-hmm.
And you stated she should cook the chicken Alfredo, right? Because
Correct.
you wanted some, that's your favorite food, right, from her?
It is.
Okay. And so she and Blaise were going to do painting with a twist, and she had created this special night for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even though she had planned this special night for her and Blaise, you decided that you were going to stop by with Keontae to get a plate.
Mm-hmm.
And she wasn't necessarily super excited about that initially, right?
I can't say if she was or not.
Well, didn't you at one point represent that? Well, I bet that girl was saying this bitch. Do you remember saying that?
Not in that way, no.
What way was it?
Because I said that about Blaise, was probably thinking that about me because I came by.
Okay, but didn't she suggest that she would pack the food up for you to get the next day?
She didn't say the next day.
Okay, when did you think she meant?
That night.
And so then you and Keontae then came by, correct?
Correct.
And when you went there, you talked about that, y'all had a group conversation, talked about future plans, correct?
Activities, yeah.
Future plans of doing things together.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Taylor was involved in those future plans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that he actually invited you guys to stay that night, didn't he?
After we left.
Well, he didn't invite you to stay and play cards, and you said, no, I don't want to intrude?
Not when I was there.
Oh, this was after you left?
This is when I left.
Okay. And who told you that?
Jane.
Okay. And so you stated that he then, when all of that was going on, you called it a cute interaction. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
But you testified on direct that it was somewhat obvious with the black hole thing, right?
When discussing the painting.
Okay. So just the painting and not Mr. Taylor and his view of it.
I'm sorry?
So when you were discussing that it was dark, you were only talking about the painting and not Mr. Taylor?
I was talking about the painting.
Because you actually characterized it as a cute interaction, didn't you?
Because we were all talking and we just met him for the first time.
Okay. And there was nothing about that evening that made you feel any way about the way Mr. Taylor was acting, were you?
Beyond what I said about the painting.
But yet you still called it a cute interaction.
For her, yes.
And the painting, if I could have State's Exhibit 1A and B, please. Red velvet one with the transfer. I want to show you the red velvet chair. I want to show you Space Exhibit 1A. Do you see that?
I do.
And this is the painting that you're referring to of Mr. Taylor's, is it not?
Correct.
And you believe that that's dark?
There's
That's your characterization
there's
of
a
it?
better
What he
picture.
described to me was dark.
Okay. And he described a dark hole?
Yes.
And where's the dark hole?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Now, as it relates to when you left, you remember leaving? You and Keontae?
Yes.
And when you left with Keontae, you guys took your plates and went over to Keontae's house.
Correct.
And then Keontae was going out to hang out with his friends. Is that right?
Correct.
And where was he going? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. But he was going to hang out with some buddies.
Mm-hmm.
But about 9:29, you get a phone call from Ms. Benning.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you said that when she called, if I remember correctly, said that when you picked up the phone, what you heard was, "What did you do? What did you put in my drink?" Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, "Let me see what's in your pockets." She said that after she said those two things. Is that right?
She said those things, correct.
But at 9:30, you sent her a text saying, "Are you talking to me?"
Mm-hmm.
Why would you think she's talking to you if she's saying, "What did you do? What did you put in my drink?"
I didn't think she was talking to me about those things. I was wondering what was going on because she never acknowledged me on the phone.
Well, wasn't there a time when you were talking to one of the detectives that you said that she was trying to say your name, Nigeria? Didn't you say that?
I don't remember that.
Okay. We'll put a pin in that. And after, I believe you said that after that interchange in regards to that, you say that it was something like you've never heard before. Isn't that what you said?
Correct.
And that it appeared like she was in danger.
Mm-hmm.
And that you had never heard your best friend in that way.
Correct.
And that basically she was accusing the man that she was alone in an apartment with for trying to kill him.
Correct.
You didn't think it would have been important to call 911?
It was important to call 911.
So why didn't you?
I was not there.
You didn't have to be there to call 911, did you?
No, but I didn't have anything. What was I going to report?
What you just said. Everything that you reported to those police officers at the hospital,
Mm-hmm.
you could have reported to 911, correct?
And if they would have asked me questions about her physical state, I would have not been able to provide those answers.
Well, didn't you say to those officers, she sounded sluggish?
Mm-hmm.
She said that I can't feel my legs?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you say that she said I feel like I'm about to pass out?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that directly related to her physical condition?
I was not there to answer any questions that they would have asked me, additionally beyond what I provided for them, if I would have called.
But you were so concerned that you stopped what you were doing and you drove over there.
Yes.
What were you going to do?
What was I going to do when?
When you got there?
If 911 wasn't called, I would have called 911. I would have rendered aid.
You had that opportunity 29 minutes before you got there.
Is that a question?
Yes, why didn't you do that?
You've asked her that.
Then you stated that at some point that she asked you to call Keontae. Isn't that true?
I didn't say she asked me to call Keontae. I mentioned the words that I heard of his name.
Okay, and so she never then, are you stating that she never told you to call Keontae on the three-way?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Did you ever tell Detective Smith that?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your memory if you were to take a look at Detective Smith transcript talking to you?
Sure.
May I have a moment?
Wow.
Your Honor, we have a recording.
You said you wanted to show her a transcript. Where is that?
Right here.
Okay.
Let me make sure it's the right. There are 4 different transcripts for her. I'm going to go on until he finds it, Your Honor. So, after that, you go on to say, now, with Keontae, she really didn't know him, did she?
She knew who he was.
Well, Mr. Jones testified she had only met him twice.
I said she knew who he was.
Okay, but she didn't know him very well, did she?
No.
Did her father live here?
Whose father? Jay's
Miss
father?
Bennings.
No.
Did her stepmother live here?
Yes.
Okay. And so, instead of calling, or her suggesting to call someone that she actually knows a little better, she would ask you to call someone that she's only met twice?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already said.
Yeah, she didn't say that. She did that.
Well, you interpret it that way because you called Keontae, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness is testifying in a question. The attorney is. This witness has not said any of that.
Do you want to clarify whether this young lady witness was told by Ms. Benning to call Keontae?
What made you call Keontae?
I heard the word key.
Okay, and so you thought that to mean what?
She was asking for him.
Why do you feel like she would be asking for him?
Because she was scared. That's how she sounded to me.
So again, I'll ask you, why would you think, with her being scared, that she would want to call someone she's only known or only met twice.
I have no idea.
But that's what you did, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So when Deontay gets on the phone, you then state that he asked Blaise, man, did you do this, right?
I said he asked, what did you do or what happened?
Okay.
I don't remember that exact verbiage.
And so you don't remember the exact verbiage now?
I just said what I said. He said, what did you do or what happened or something along those lines, yes.
And how did Mr. Taylor respond?
He said he didn't know.
Okay. He didn't know what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you finally hear what's going on, you drive over there, correct?
I was already on the way over there when she called me.
And you were over there because you were on your way over there because you felt like she was in dire straits.
In what?
Dire straits, meaning she was in trouble.
She was, yes.
Okay. And so you get over there. Do you call her mother before you get there, given the fact that she was in so much trouble?
I called her mother, yes.
Before you got there, did you call her mother?
Yes.
I thought you didn't call her mother until you got there. Is that not right?
I never said that.
Okay, so when exactly did you call her mother?
After Blaise told me he was calling 911.
Okay. And so when you got there, you actually, well, before you got there, you talked about at 9:47, you made the second call.
I don't remember what time.
You don't remember what time you said that you called the second time?
I don't remember exactly what time, no.
Okay. And then when you get there, in fact, 911 is there, is it not?
Correct.
The EMS was there just like he said they were.
Mm-hmm.
And you stated that when you arrived, that he was frantic. Isn't that what you said?
I said he was pacing back and forth, like anxiously panicking, yes, that's what I said.
And you were panicking too, weren't you?
I was.
And you were jumping on the back of the ambulance? Were the paramedics and EMT allowing you to do that?
They told me that I needed to go to meet them at Vanderbilt.
Did they try to stop you from jumping on the back of the ambulance?
I didn't jump on the back of the ambulance. I was trying to see through the window what was going on with Jade.
And were you getting in the way of the paramedics?
No.
Not at all?
No.
And you feel like jumping on the back and trying to look inside?
She said she didn't do that.
Would you be surprised to know that someone testified that you did?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is mischaracterizing the witness
You listen to ask
testimony.
questions instead of testifying, please, ma'am.
Now, when you got to the hospital, you had to check into the hospital, didn't you?
I did.
And when you checked into the hospital, you had to go through a metal detector?
I did.
And they gave you a visitor's pass?
I don't remember.
But you did have to go through a metal detector?
I did.
Now, when you guys left Miss Benning's home, Mr. Taylor didn't go back upstairs, did he?
No.
He went straight to the hospital just like you did.
Correct.
So he never had an opportunity to go back upstairs, did he?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
Did you see Mr. Taylor get in his vehicle?
You see him get in his vehicle?
Yes.
And did you see him drive off?
Yes.
So he didn't have an opportunity to go back upstairs, did he?
Not at that point in time, no.
You talked about that when you got there, that he referred to Miss Benning as his girlfriend. Is that right?
Correct.
And you told officers that you didn't believe that they were in fact dating.
I said they were not dating.
They were not dating. But isn't it true that they planned to date night?
Exclusively. Boyfriend and girlfriend.
But I thought you just said they weren't dating. Because you didn't qualify it with exclusively, did you?
No.
You said dating, didn't you?
Yes.
But they were on a date night, isn't that true?
Correct.
And then you testified on direct that she wanted more, correct?
I said that?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Okay. And that they saw each other 2 to 3 times a week, didn't you say that?
I said sometimes.
And in fact, they had seen each other 3 days in a row that week.
I don't remember.
I'm going to object to Ms. Hollins asking her questions, insinuating that she made those statements. Ms. Jackson did not make those statements.
You know, she just testified to it.
She has not said that they saw each other the last 3 days. That is not.
No, I didn't say that. I asked her that. I should be able to ask the witness questions.
What? Yeah, go ahead.
When you first got to the hospital, It was you who accused Mr. Taylor of doing anything wrong, isn't that true?
You said what?
It was you who accused Mr. Taylor of doing anything wrong.
Of doing anything wrong? I don't understand what you're saying.
With Miss Benning, doing something to her.
I simply told everyone that I spoke with what I heard on the phone.
Okay. And do you remember if she said anything like that when Mr. Jones was on the phone?
No, she did not.
So he never heard what you heard?
No, not the beginning of the phone call.
And in fact, when Mr. Jones was on the phone, there were no accusations made by Miss Benning. Isn't that true?
She wasn't really able to say anything at that point.
Well, did you testify that she was able to say some words?
Yes, prior to me calling Keontae.
So after calling Keontae, you're saying she never said any more words at all?
We could hear her, but nothing made sense at that point.
But she was saying something?
Nothing substantial of anything that we could understand, no.
And it's your testimony that you do not remember exactly what time that second phone call was?
I don't remember what time that second phone call was.
What time was the first call?
9:29.
And how long did it last?
6 minutes.
And so that would take us to 9:35?
Sure.
Okay. And so, can I have State's Exhibit, the NFD?
What do you need?
The NFD records. That's it.
That was an OMG under the breath from the witness. She's being peppered with questions by the defense, constantly glancing back to the prosecution for help. Prosecution is making objections where they can to break up the flow.
At the time of,
Okay, let's just see what are you wanting to ask?
Well, I have to get, isn't it true, well, you would know, would you be surprised to know that Mr. Taylor called 911 at 9:38?
I don't know what time he called 911.
That's why I was going to get the record, Your Honor.
If she doesn't know, she can't testify about it.
If he called 911 at 9:38, you called back a second time, correct?
I did.
And when you called back the second time, how long did that conversation last?
I don't remember.
And when you got to his house, you will agree with me that EMS was already there.
I did not go to his house.
I'm sorry, to Miss Benning's house.
EMS was already there, yes.
And didn't he, when you talked with him, didn't he tell you that, I think I hear them outside?
He said I hear sirens or something. Yeah, he may mention that he heard something.
And that would have been on the second call, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you left Miss Benning's home and got to the hospital, did you gain access to Miss Benning's phone?
No.
You didn't have Miss Benning's phone?
Oh, I'm sorry. I had her phone, yes.
Okay. And who gave you that phone?
I got it from Blaise.
Okay. And where did you get it from?
I don't remember.
Do you know when he gave it to you?
No.
But you had it at the hospital?
I got it from him at the hospital, yes.
Can you tell the jury about how long it was before you got the phone? Was it an hour, 2 hours? Do you even know?
Her phone? No, I don't know.
What did you do with the phone when you had it?
Had it in my hand or my purse. I don't remember.
And what, if anything, did you do with the phone?
I didn't do anything with the phone.
You testified that Keontae showed up. Is that right? At the hospital?
Yes.
Did any of the police officers tell you that they wanted to speak to Keontae?
No. I mean, yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. So when Keontae showed up at the hospital, did you tell him, hey, the police want to talk to you and get your side of the story?
They didn't specify when.
Well, they talked to you that night, right?
And they asked to talk to me.
Well, my question is, they talked to you that night, didn't they?
Yes. I was.
How many police officers did you speak with?
Your Honor, argumentative. I told him.
How many police officers? Is that
That's
the argument?
It's argumentative of what she's saying to her about asking about police officers wanting to talk to Keontae. She's answered the question.
Okay.
These questions
Her
are
question
relevant.
was, do you recall how many police officers you spoke with that night?
Maybe 2 or 3. I don't remember exact number now.
And you were certainly concerned for your friend, weren't you?
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure that the police officers got as much information as possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Keontae is the one other witness to how Jade was sounding and feeling. Would that be right?
Correct.
There's nobody else with that information but him.
Okay.
You didn't tell him, hey, go inside. Tell these police officers what happened. You didn't do that?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't know.
Don't you think that would have been important?
They would have said something to him.
I'm sorry?
I said if they wanted to speak with Keontae, I feel like they would have spoken with him.
You didn't feel it was important enough to tell Keontae that night, but you did feel it was important enough to accompany Miss Franklin to Miss Benning's home and to remove evidence out of the apartment. Is that right?
What's the question?
You didn't feel that it was important enough for the only other witness to Miss Benning's situation, medical emergency, to go talk to the police, but yet you felt it was important.
She has answered that question.
She asked me to repeat the question.
Asked the question
No, I have
after
not.
that and went back to the one before.
Did you tell Mr. Jones to stay and talk to the police?
I did not tell him to stay.
But you did go to the apartment?
Yes.
Okay.
And when you went to the apartment, you had spoken to 3 officers, 2 to 3, is that right?
I don't remember how many I spoke with, but I spoke with officers.
And surely you knew, because you told them everything that was going on, that they were going to investigate, correct?
Correct.
But yet you felt that it was on you to do the investigation. Is that right?
No.
But you went there before the police went there.
Objecting, Your Honor, she answered the question.
Okay, she went there before the police went there.
Why did you remove evidence? Because according to you, that's a crime scene. Why would you remove evidence from a crime scene?
It was not a crime scene when I went there. There was no one that told me I could not go, so I went.
Didn't you accuse Blaise of a crime?
I told them what I heard on the phone.
Well, let me ask you this. If you believe that Mr. Taylor put something in Miss Benning's drink to cause harm to the unborn child, would that be a crime?
Yes.
And you didn't believe that was a crime?
I did believe it was a crime.
And so you're going to do the investigations for the police instead of allowing them to do it?
Sure.
And remove vital evidence from the scene? What did you do with it?
I didn't have anything.
Who had it?
I moved the camera.
Okay, so let's talk about that. You moved the camera.
I did.
The camera had the potential to video or record Mr. Taylor doing anything that Miss Benning was accusing him of. Isn't that true?
Yeah, yes.
So why would you move the very thing that could have recorded him?
Because it was not in the location where she had it at.
And isn't that all the reason more to leave it there so the police can see that it was in a location different than what it was?
Sure, yeah.
So why'd you move it?
Because it was not where it was supposed to be, and if he did come back to her place, we would have seen that.
You also would have seen, if he did what you said that Miss Benning was saying, they would have seen that. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Which one would you think would be more important to preserve? What he did according to what you said Miss Benning said he was doing, or him coming back into the apartment? Which one do you think is more important?
I'm not sure.
And so you then moved that camera into the kitchen area. Did you look at it?
No.
Why didn't you take the camera and give it to the police?
I didn't take anything out.
You were there when Miss Franklin took it out, right?
Correct.
Did you assist Miss Franklin in taking it out?
Objection, Your Honor, she has asked and answered that question.
I never asked that question.
Assist her in what?
Did she assist Miss Franklin in removing evidence from the scene?
I walked out with her.
But you didn't have the comforter?
No.
Did you see a washcloth there?
No.
Did you see a glass on the counter?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you stated that Miss Benning was drinking out of the glass?
Mm-hmm.
And that same glass was on the counter, was it not?
Yes.
Why didn't you take that?
I didn't take anything.
Well, you moved the camera.
I did not take anything.
Well, why didn't you move the glass?
It didn't have the same drink in it that she had earlier.
This witness is begging to get off the stand by body language.
Okay. So, when you went back into Ms. Benning's house, did you see a gun there?
No,
Do you know whether or not Ms. Benning had a gun there?
I'm not sure.
I want to draw your attention back to State's Exhibit 1B, which is the comforter. Is this the comforter that you removed? That Ms. Franklin, you watched her remove?
Yes.
Did Ms. Franklin video you guys packing up that comforter?
I'm not sure who videoed.
Was someone videoing?
Yes.
Who?
I don't know. I don't know.
How do you know if you don't know?
I know someone was recording, but I don't remember who it was.
So, what made you put gloves on?
I didn't want to touch anything.
You mean with your bare hands?
Yes.
Why were you so careful about not touching anything, but you weren't careful enough to preserve the scene? What was the difference?
I'm not sure.
When you went to the hospital and you started talking to police officers, did you talk to them about Lauren Weber, who had gone to the apartment earlier that day?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Did you ever share with anyone that you didn't believe that Mr. Taylor stating that she actually vomited was true? Did you ever make that statement?
I said he never told me that prior to.
And so, were you stating, because this is what I'm asking, when you told the officers he never told me that, were you insinuating that it was not true?
I was insinuating when I was asking him on the phone, and prior to me getting there, what happened, what was going on. He did not inform me that she vomited until after we both disclosed our perspective, or not even perspective, what we both experienced that night.
And didn't you tell the police officers that Lauren Weber or anyone else had not seen any vomit anywhere in the place?
I don't remember.
Could you have said that?
I'm not sure.
How did Miss Weber, when did you talk to Miss Weber that night?
When she got to the hospital.
What time was that?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after she went to Miss Benning's home?
I really don't remember.
You remember talking to her about what she saw when she went into Miss Benning's house?
I don't remember us talking about.
You don't remember you guys talking about it?
Objection, Your Honor, this has been asked and answered.
Okay, she's answered.
Let's talk a little bit about the allegations that you made or talked to the police officer about as it relates to Mr. Taylor, okay? You remember talking to them about a cup that was missing.
I don't remember.
You don't remember that either?
I don't remember talking about that, no.
Okay. Do you remember talking about whether or not he wiped her face or any of those types of things?
You said, did I?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember talking about any of that.
And do you remember whether or not the allegations you made in regards to what he was saying in response to what you were saying? Remember you said he didn't say anything?
Objection, Your Honor, she's mischaracterized the witness's testimony.
Your Honor, responding.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that when you were talking to the police, and in fact you just said it on direct examination, you said that when the accusations were made, Blaise didn't say anything to you. Do you remember that?
To me on the phone?
Just here today, ma'am.
No, I'm saying, are the accusations that he did not respond to, are you saying that in regard to the phone call?
Yes.
No, yes, no, he did not.
He did not say anything.
He said he didn't know he didn't do anything.
Right. He said, I didn't do anything. I don't know what's going on, right?
Correct.
He asked you if she had an EpiPen.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I don't have anything in responding. According to you, he says, I don't have anything.
Mm-hmm.
And it's your testimony that in response to questions being posed to him, he said nothing.
I mentioned that.
So why would you characterize it as he didn't respond?
I said he did not. I already said what he responded to. When Jay said that he was scaring her, he responded that she was scaring him. When she asked To empty your pockets, let me see your hands. He said he didn't have anything. I already mentioned that.
And then you said, you also said that he would never FaceTime me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if he was busy tending to Miss Benny and or trying to get to 911, the emergency people, would you be more concerned with him caring for her or FaceTiming you?
I asked for him to FaceTime me before he told me he was calling 911.
But you also said that he told you he could hear the sirens, right?
Correct.
So how could he get ready to call 911 if the sirens are already there?
I don't know.
But that's your testimony.
What's my testimony?
That he said, I'm about to call 911.
Yes.
What'd she say?
And that was on the second call.
Yes.
You said the last few words that he made was, is key with you.
That's what I heard, yes.
She made, I'm sorry. And if that was the last few words that she made, how did you know to call Key?
I decided to call Key.
So now you're saying she never told you to call Key?
I said she never told me to call Key.
Did you ever tell anyone that she did tell you to call Keontae?
I don't recall saying that.
Okay.
This witness wants off the stand. Look at this body language. I've never seen such blatant get me out of here.
You stated on direct examination he wasn't giving me anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did you mean by that?
As I was asking him what was going on, what happened, he never had anything to tell me.
Now, didn't you say that he told you that they danced?
That was at the hospital when he told me that.
So then he did tell you something.
When I made that statement, I was saying in terms of when I was asking him what was going on, he didn't give me anything.
Wasn't he in the middle of a medical emergency?
Yes.
Okay. When you left the apartment with Miss Franklin and the two other girls, with the evidence that you removed and relocated in the scene, did you immediately then go to the police officers that you met with and inform them of what you guys had done?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if you went to the police?
I don't remember if I went to the police when I don't remember when I spoke with them.
Okay. And who told you, or how did you come to the decision that you were going to participate in going back to the scene?
I did.
And why was that?
Because nothing was being done about what was going on.
So even though you talked to those three officers as they were getting your statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't talk to one officer. You didn't talk to two officers. You talked to three, right?
Correct.
But to you, nothing was being done.
After I talked to them, no.
And so you were going to take it upon yourself to call
Objection, Your
police.
Honor, this has been asked.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection.
Is there any other person, Ms. Jackson, besides you, who heard any of these alleged allegations?
No.
That Ms. Benning made?
No.
Is there any other person besides you and the other three women that went into that house that manipulated evidence from the scene?
Can you say that question again? I'm sorry.
Does she know anyone else that went into the apartment?
Yes.
Do you know of anybody else that went in?
No.
Well, I thought you knew Ms. Weber went into the scene.
Oh, yes, she did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What did she remove out of the scene?
Objection, Your Honor, she has a lack of personal knowledge.
Sorry,
Can she respond to that instead of the prosecutor?
No, it's an objection.
Did Ms. Weber say anything about what she did?
No.
Okay, she doesn't know.
Wow. I need to pee, she says. I need to pee.
I could just have a minute. Now, you talked about that Ms. Benning did not post about her pregnancy on direct examination. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And you stated that that was something that she wanted to do, right?
I'm sure she would have liked to.
Okay. But she didn't, right?
She did not.
What are you insinuating when you say that she did not post?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
What are you
Why is somebody saying anybody about insinuating?
Because the question was asked on direct examination that Ms. Benning was, although she was very happy about her pregnancy, she would never post on the internet. And the insinuation was made that it was a...
Nobody's insinuating. She's just answering the questions that she's asked.
Well,
so rephrase your question about insinuating anything.
Why do you feel that Ms. Jackson did not post about her pregnancy?
I'm sorry,
why Ms. Benning didn't post about her pregnancy?
I just feel like she was trying to deal with whatever was going on between her and Blaise, and he made it very clear that he didn't want anyone to know about him being the father.
Now, wasn't Ms. Benning dating other men?
She was talking to other people.
Okay. Isn't Jarius Porter one of those men?
At a point in time.
And wasn't it a time where she did not want him to know that she was pregnant until she was ready to tell him?
I'm sorry?
Wasn't there a time where she did not want Mr. Porter to know that she was pregnant until she was ready to tell him?
I just think she wasn't ready to tell him.
If she would have posted she was pregnant, he would have known, wouldn't he?
She might have wanted to tell him on her own.
Correct. So it wasn't that Mr. Taylor didn't want her to post. She had her own reasons. Isn't that right?
No.
I want to bring your attention to a text that you wrote to Ms. Benning on February 5th of 2023.
Objection, Your Honor, to hearsay. It is an out-of-court statement.
Well, I'll ask you this. Did you ever ask Ms. Benning, when are you going to post?
I did ask her.
Okay. And isn't it true that in her response, it said nothing about Mr. Taylor?
I'm not sure. Could I see that?
Yes, you may.
Saying I really need to use the bathroom, please. She tells the bailiff. Bailiff should tell the judge.
Okay.
Tennessee doesn't believe in bathroom breaks.
When you asked her, when is she going to post? Her response had nothing to do with Mr. Taylor, did it?
Not this one.
Well, I'm talking about this one.
No.
Okay. Are you saying there's another one where she does say that?
We've had conversations.
Was that in person?
Person on the phone, we definitely talked about it.
Okay. But in this text message, when you directly ask her the question, she never talks about Mr. Taylor, does she?
Not in this text message.
Okay.
At this point, I would inform the judge that I'm about to pee in your witness chair. So unless you have a preference of some other place you'd like me to do that, could I please have a restroom break? Oh my goodness.
Do you remember a time on November the 9th, after Ms. Taylor found out that she was pregnant, that she talked about eating gummies with her aunt? Do you remember that?
I remember the conversation.
And isn't it true that her aunt offered her some gummies after that day?
Her aunt did not know she was pregnant.
And Ms. Benning's response was, I told her I needed to eat first. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Not, no, I'm not taking them. That was not her response, was it?
She wasn't, no, it was not her response.
So your statement then that she did not do anything after that wouldn't necessarily be true.
How does she know whether she did that or not?
Yes.
In this text message, did she ever say to her aunt, I'm not taking those?
Not in that text message. She did not say that.
She's nodding. Somebody's trying to communicate with her. She's She's like, I need to go.
Speaking directly about Mr. Taylor and Miss Benning,
She was nodding to somebody.
did she ever tell you that in any way that he was violent towards her?
No.
Did she ever tell you in any way that he threatened her?
No.
So outside of this incident, in regards to what you heard but no one else heard, there is no other situation throughout the course of Mr. Taylor and Miss Benning's relationship that there has ever been any form of violence or threat against her. Isn't that true?
No.
I pass the witness.
All right, does the state have redirect?
I do. Your
How
Honor.
long do you think that would be?
It will be at least 30 minutes.
She's like,
Can you
no.
take a short break?
Okay, I just want to go to the restroom. Well,
Go with that gentleman right there.
Oh my goodness. Not even waiting for the jury to leave. She gets up and runs. I am feeling relief on her behalf. Oh my goodness. Come on, Tennessee, do better. On Jackson's demeanor, says Hannah, ask yourself, if someone's twisting your words and trying to get off the man you think killed your best friend, wouldn't you be slightly antagonistic? Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. She answers the questions and she needs to be. I think she's doing great. I think this witness is doing well. She's not getting caught up. I think she's calling out appropriately the times when the defense attorney is jumping around in the timeline and trying to ascribe one comment to another part in the timeline, which is something the defense has been this woman, what is her, Letitia, is that her name? The defense attorney. I don't know her last name. It's hyphenated. It's a big one. I'm not trying to be disrespectful by just calling her by her first name. But this is something that Letitia's done a lot, is try to say, well, you said this. Doesn't that apply now in this time? Or I thought you said this never happened. Well, so he did tell you this, but it wasn't then. It's back and forth trying to confuse her. I think she's kept up really well and been consistent with her story, which is important for the jury when it goes to credibility, to be consistent with the story. And she's, pretty frankly owned up to the things that don't look good. They had the drug use and the mushrooms and things like that. She's been pretty frank about that. Now, she might have had a couple times where she's like, can you show me? Can you help me remember? Because I'm not sure. But when she's shown, she accepts, like, yeah, that happened. Yeah. So we're going to zoom ahead just a tiny bit because we're almost caught up. Give us just 1 second here. We're back right now.
I am going to ask that the witness be handed a copy of her transcript interview with Detective Smith that night. Ms. Jackson, if you could please turn to page 2 of the transcript. If you could go to line 27 through 30. And can you read out what you said about Chianti and anything that Ms. J. Benning said about Chianti to Detective Smith?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to her reading for something that has not been offered into evidence. The prosecutor can pose the question, but to read from something not into evidence is inappropriate.
I'm happy to ask in question format, Your Honor. Ms. Jackson, is it true that you said, it sounded like that, it sounded like, I can't even explain it. Like it was like, get here ASAP. And she was trying to say, the guy's name is Chianti. And she was like, is Chianti. But she was trying to say his name, but she couldn't. But I could tell that's what she was trying to say.
I'm going to object to counsel testifying and leading the witness.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection.
Is that what you said to Detective Smith about what Ms. Benning said about Chianti?
Yes.
And you never told Detective Smith that Ms. Benning asked you to call Chianti. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And you called Chianti on your own. And why did you do that?
Like I said, I feel like she was scared. I heard Key, and I was just with her, and I wanted him to hear the way that she sounded. So that's why I made the decision to call Keontae.
And if you could turn to page 4 of that same transcript, and if you could look at lines 42 through 47. When you were asked about Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor's relationship after January of 2023, you responded to Mr. Smith, she doesn't send him any pictures, ultrasounds, like I just went to her house 2 days ago and the ultrasounds were on the countertop. I get there today and they're gone. So she tried. It's not like she tried to hide it from him, but
Hang on a second. What is your question?
I'm asking her if this is what she said in response to what the relationship was like. Ms. Collins,
Ask her.
what did you say in response to Detective Smith when he was asking you about their current relationship after January 2023 and that February timeframe?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to
I'll overrule the objection. Have a seat. She has a right to bring up consistent information that you for 2 hours asked her about.
But she's not allowed to read from something that's not in evidence. She is on
She's
direct
asking this.
examination.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
May I have a ruling, Your Honor?
The ruling is have a seat.
Thank you.
Now, what is your question?
My question is, can you please answer what you told the detective about their current relationship?
I told them that I would ask her if she would send Blaise pictures of like her ultrasounds and things like that, and she said no, ultimately because she doesn't want to get him all riled up, and she knows that she's not going to get the reaction that she wants from him, like acknowledging that, you know, that they were beautiful or any way that would give compliments to her or her pregnancy.
So she described to you, if she talked to him about her pregnancy, he had negative feedback.
Yes.
And were you aware, did he go to any pregnancy appointment with her?
No.
Were you aware of whether or not Ms. Benning asked him to go to the appointments with her?
Yes.
And did she send you his responses?
Yes.
And what were his responses?
Pretty much like he was too busy.
Did you have any indication that Mr. Taylor was interested in actively being involved in Ms. Benning's pregnancy in February of 2023?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Did you have any information that Mr. Taylor did anything to be actively involved in her pregnancy?
No.
And you were asked questions about if there were any discussions about abortion.
Mm-hmm.
Could you please describe what your discussions were with Ms. Benning about abortion?
We briefly talked about it in terms of like, just like I said, girl talk, having conversation, but she never like actually said that she wanted to have an abortion.
Did she ever say that she wanted to have an abortion?
No.
Did she actually say the opposite of that?
Yes.
And when abortion came up, what was the context of that conversation?
She was saying she was not having an abortion.
Was there anyone that was party to that pregnancy that wanted her to?
Yes.
And who was that?
Blaise.
And did she express that to you?
Yes.
And what was Ms. Benning's response to him wanting her to have an abortion?
She was basically saying, I've made my decision of keeping my baby, and there's really nothing you can do to change my mind about it.
And is that what ended their communication in November of 2023?
Yes.
That text message that you assisted her with drafting, was that in response to him wanting her to get an abortion?
Yes.
And then he completely stopped talking to her?
Correct.
And that November 16th contact, are you aware that he asked her to unfollow him?
Yes.
And do you know why Ms. Benning was asked to unfollow Mr. Taylor on social media?
He said he did not want to see anything about the baby. He wants no parts. He didn't want to see anything that she posted or any mention of Jay being pregnant on social media.
And you were asked about Ms. Benning and not posting. Did you know why she was not posting to social media?
About the pregnancy?
Yes.
Yes.
And why was that?
I think that she did not want to upset Blaise, I guess. I'm not really sure. Like, she just didn't want to cross that bridge with him simply because he made it very clear that he did not want that.
Did he in any way claim to be the father of that child prior to that statement he made in the hospital that you testified to?
No.
And you were asked a lot of questions about drug use and specifically some random text message about edibles. Are you certain of whether or not Ms. Benning did any marijuana or alcohol after she found out she was pregnant?
Yes.
And what is it that you absolutely know about that?
She was not.
I can have just one moment.
All right. That's it's so much easier to listen to this witness when you don't think that she's in like physical discomfort, anxiously looking at the door
Ms.
and the
Jackson,
clock.
at the beginning of questioning, you were asked about Ms. Apple-Denny, and you said you knew of her, and then you said you met her before.
Mm-hmm.
And you met her before any of this happened?
No.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Yes.
Oh man, back and forth. We're in the last couple minutes here. Then we'll be starting with today in just a moment. Apple was the previous ex of the
I asked
defendant.
you earlier.
What's your question?
My question is, you stated before that there was no call, and you didn't know what time your call was, the second call. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, that call was at 9:47.
That wasn't asked on redirect, so where are we going on that?
Well, when you talked about the drugs on redirect, do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember stating at the bond source hearing, you testified under oath that the only drug that you and Ms. Benning did was marijuana. Do you remember that?
Correct.
But that wasn't the truth, was it?
Yes, it said me and Miss Benning.
Well, didn't we talk about the fact that y'all were going to do mushrooms together?
I never did.
Okay. You talked about on redirect in regards to Mr. Taylor's involvement with the baby. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Didn't you ever state at an occasion that you knew that he and Ms. Benning talked about naming the baby Jim?
Yes.
Well, that would be involved with the baby, wouldn't it?
I mean, yeah.
If he and Ms. Benning together had came up with a name, that would be in direct contrast to him not wanting to have anything to do with the baby, isn't it?
No, not necessarily, no.
And in fact, that baby's name that they came up with was Jim, wasn't it? G-E-M.
She came up with that.
And he agreed to it. Because
Okay.
his name was Blaise and hers was Jade. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure about that.
So your best friend didn't tell you that?
I knew about the name Jim,
That they agreed to come up with together?
that she liked it and he agreed on it.
Thank you.
Anything else?
One question. Ms. Jackson, do you know what Jake Benning intended to name her baby girl?
Ivy?
Thank you.
I didn't hear, I didn't understand.
Ivy Blair?
Ivy?
Yes, me, sir.
Just one question. If she intended to name the baby Ivy Blair, then what were you just talking about when you said that he agreed to Jim? You just said she came up with the name of Jim, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's different than Ivy Blair, isn't it?
Yes, there was consideration after they agreed on that name. That wasn't like final. That's just something that they discussed.
I just wanted to make sure that what you were saying is that Mr. Taylor was involved in the name of G-E-M, right?
He agreed on the name.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. You can leave that there.
What?
Yeah, you can have a seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you very much for your patience and work here today. We're going to recess for today. Tomorrow, we report like you did this morning downstairs in the jury assembly room at 9:30. We'll let the traffic die down. You've been up here later tonight, so.
We're about to start that 9:30 start in just a second.
Leave your notes up here. Remember about not discussing the case, looking anything up, or any of the other admonitions that I've given you. You can step down the hallway with the
Let's see if there's anything we need to discuss at the end of the day, and then we're going to jump to current day, as we're just a couple minutes behind. Whoa. Yeah, she was very grateful to be off the stand. Something like that. Something like that.
I'll give the jury a few moments to get off the floor. We'll be in recess till 9:30 a.m.
And the judge is leaving, so we're going to leave as well. All right. Let's jump to 6. Okay. All right. Now we're on current day. We just jumped ahead.
Okay. All right, the next witness?
Sergeant Finney.
Sergeant.
To have a late start today, so we're just a few minutes behind. I think we're about, let's see, we're less than half an hour behind. We're going to catch up here quickly. We'll be caught up by lunch break, I think. He's not in custody. He's on a huge bond, like a, what is it, 250,000, 2.2 million, something, 2.5 million. It's a huge bond, but he's out. Valerie, thank you very much for the sunshine. Appreciate that. $2.5 million. Holy smokes. Should we do 1.25 speed just till we get caught up? Hold on for a second. Let's change the speed. Okay. We'll be on 1.25 until we get caught up, which means we'll be caught up before lunch. We're only 23 minutes behind, maybe a little less. Jury's coming in now. This is everyone's in their today clothes instead of their yesterday clothes, so we're all current that way.
Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. The jury, let the record reflect all of the jurors are here and present. If you'll step up, raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Ooh, look at this beard.
Good morning, Sergeant Feeney. Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Certainly. It's Colin, C-O-L-I-N, Feeney, F-E-E-N-E-Y.
And where are you employed?
I'm currently on an injury on duty pension. Had a few shoulder surgeries and should be returned to work soon, though.
Okay, and where does that work?
The Metro Nashville Police Department.
How long have you been with Metro Nashville Police Department?
15 years.
And what was your assignment prior to going on leave?
I was a overnight supervisor for the Hermitage Sea Detail Patrol Shift.
Okay, and can you walk the jury through a little bit of your background with Metro Nashville Police Department?
Certainly, I spent 10 years as an officer before I got promoted. Some of that time was spent on a flex team in South Nashville on midnights, and then I went to a burglary unit for about 5 years where we investigated residential burglaries, and then I got promoted to sergeant, and as a sergeant I was on the Sea Detail shift of Hermitage.
And were you on duty on February 27th of 23?
I was.
Okay, in what capacity were you working on that day?
I was the senior sergeant working, so I was the acting lieutenant for the evening.
Okay, were you on sea detail?
I was.
And what are the hours for sea detail?
9 to 7:30.
7:30 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the 27th, can you walk the jury through what you did when your shift initially began?
Certainly. When I came in, I had a message from the previous shift that we had requested to speak with the supervisor from the homicide division. I made the phone call to the number provided. It was, I believe at the time, Sergeant Chris Dickerson. He has since been promoted a few times. He advised me that they had an individual in the hospital and they need to execute a search warrant at her residence off of Lebanon Road near Spence Lane, and was asking for assistance from patrol. So we had marked patrol cars and uniformed officers present. I immediately sent 2 patrol officers to the scene, and I advised them to wait until supervisors arrived before they conducted any further police activities.
And on the 27th, did you respond to 1522 Lebanon Pike?
I did.
Apartment 107?
I did.
And is that here in Davidson County?
It is.
Okay. And would it have been customary for the domestic violence team to have already held that scene?
Yes.
Okay. And for whatever reason, that was not done, but once it was determined a homicide, were you called out and did you follow protocol?
We did.
Okay, can you walk the jury through what protocol you followed once you got to that apartment?
Sent 2 uniformed officers to immediately secure the outside of the location, the residence in this instance. Then we waited for the homicide detectives to arrive with a signed search warrant from a judge. We require a search warrant at that point because there's no one there to give us permission to access the property, so we have to get a search warrant from a judge to legally and lawfully search it. Once we had the search warrant in hand and we had the investigators from the homicide division and our technical investigative services, or now CSI, on the scene, we knocked on the door. We had after receiving no answer, we had a key to the residence. We made entry, cleared the residence, and allowed them to continue their investigation.
Okay, and we're on the 27th, were you wearing body cam?
I was.
Have you reviewed your body cam?
I have.
And have you muted it for the jury? Have we muted it for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to mark Sergeant Penny's body cam as the state's exhibit number 15 and publish it for the jury, please.
Okay.
Sergeant Penny, does this look like your body cam?
It does.
Okay. As we play it, I want you to walk the jury through what you were doing, why you were doing it, who was there, things like that.
Certainly. So the gentleman who's speaking right now is Lieutenant Gibson over the Homicide Division. I had also spoken with him a little bit about the situation of what was going on that evening and how we were conducting a search warrant for an ongoing investigation. He'd advised us that there was an individual that was at the hospital that had a case that was being investigated as a homicide. We did not know the method of the homicide. All we knew is that it was a homicide investigation. The other sergeant present is Josh Hargrave, who worked with me on Hermitage Midnights, and then the 2 uniformed officers present are Eric Ziegler and Philip Parker. Both of them are relatively new. I gave them instructions that once we went in that they were just simply there to help us clear the residence, make sure that there's no one inside that could be a threat to any investigators. So our primary goal at this point is this would not be considered a very hostile environment to our knowledge, but we still take the precautions necessary. So we're just going to go in and make sure that there's no one inside the building at this point. Lieutenant Gibson has a key to the residence. At this point, he is announcing inside the residence, making our presence known that we are the Metro Nashville Police. We're here to conduct a search warrant. That way, if there is anyone inside the house, there is. I'm documenting the time with my watch. Audibly speak it into the body camera as well. At this time, we've made entry to it, and we're giving anyone that could be inside the residence after multiple announcements that we are the police and we're there with a search warrant to make themselves known before we enter, just in case there is someone in there. We don't run into a situation that could turn into a use of force situation or be a surprise to anyone. We want everyone to know who we are and what we are doing.
Sergeant Finney, up there at the top, is that the date and time stamp for when you were executing the search warrant?
It is.
So it's February 27th, around 2 a.m. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. So we're giving an ample amount of time to anyone inside the residence because of the time of night that it is. If there were someone, say they're in bed, give them an opportunity to get dressed and let them know that we're coming in, and if they want to come speak with us, they can. As you see, there's no sense of urgency at this point, so we don't need to rush in there like we're going after an actual individual because we don't believe anyone to be in the residence. Once an ample amount of time is given, we'll go into the residence. We're looking around just for any sort of weapons that could be present. We'll document that. We'll audibly tell the other officers that are going in there. So if we see knives in the kitchen, is obviously a place that there would be weapons. We're looking through, making sure there's no one inside any of the rooms. At one point, as we're walking through here, I do observe a handgun. Again, we were not told the method of the homicide. We just knew that it was a homicide investigation. So whether or not it's evidentiary, it's good to announce that, but it's also to let the other officers inside know that there is a weapon present in a certain location. So we're just doing a very precursory search of the residence to make sure that there's not an individual in there. Our role in this is to do just that and to have uniformed officers present. So it's obvious that the police are inside. So we're going to take the precautions that we can to make sure that everyone remains safe. Once we've completed our search, that's when the homicide detectives who are in plainclothes in our CSI unit comes in and does their investigation. So once we've completed the search, I instructed the 2 officers present to stay on the outside of the perimeter and just limit who has access to and from the apartment. Make sure that it's someone that has business being in there with law enforcement or law enforcement adjacent with our crime scene detectives, because not all of them are sworn personnel. So you can see we searched the residence. We didn't find anyone inside, so we're turning the scene over to Lieutenant Gibson of the homicide unit at this point.
Dr. Finney, you did not collect any evidence, is that correct?
I did not.
Okay, can you walk the jury through how you would collect evidence when you're executing a search warrant, what precautions you take, things like that?
So anything that we're going to touch, we're going to want to have gloves on, first of all, to rule out any DNA that could be left by the officers that are responding. In this situation, we're not collecting any evidence because there's no one inside. It's a secure scene, and we can hand that over to our CSI unit to do all the evidence collection. But depending on what kind of evidence depends on how it's packaged, and we'll leave that to those guys. They process it in the lab as well.
Okay, and do you photograph anything and document it if you were to collect evidence?
We would.
I wonder if you'll give me 1 minute. All right, those are my questions.
Or any questions from the defense?
Defense.
Sergeant Feeney, did I understand you say you did see a gun in the apartment?
Yes.
And where was that?
I believe it was in the bedroom.
Do you know where in the bedroom?
Maybe next to the nightstand. I don't recall.
So on the body camera with audio on it, can you hear you announcing that there's a gun?
Yes.
And is that something that other officers note also?
I would imagine they took a mental note of it, but I can't tell you what exactly they did.
So you're the only officer on the audio of that body cam that says something about the gun?
Yes, because I was the only officer that went into the room when I was clearing it that saw it.
Okay, so you're the only officer that goes into the room and notes the gun?
At that point in the search warrant, yes.
And that's actually on the audio of the body cam?
Correct.
Which we can't hear on this one?
Correct.
Were you present for the rest of the search of the apartment?
I was not inside, no.
Where were you positioned for the rest of the search?
Out in the parking lot.
What was your role during the rest of the search?
I still had to supervise a patrol shift, so the rest of the search, I was outside. I had nothing to do with the interior of the residence.
Did you leave before it was completed?
I did.
So you were essentially assigned to the entry team, and then once that was done, your duties were completed?
Yes, I left the 2 uniformed patrol officers on the scene, so if the plainclothes officers and the investigators needed any assistance from a marked uniformed patrol, that they would be present. But I also instructed them that if they had to do anything else to notify me.
So you were available if they needed help?
Yes.
But your recollection is there was no help needed for the rest of the search?
Correct. We had 94 square miles of coverage that we're responsible for, so I can't sit on one single line.
And this seems like an obvious question, but of course your body cam doesn't show the rest of the search.
Correct.
Are you aware if there is any body cam that shows the rest of the search?
I am not.
Are you aware if there is policy related to body cam footage during the search of the apartment?
At that time, there was none.
There was no policy, or there is no body cam?
At that time, there was no policy that required you to keep a body camera on while you're conducting a search of a residence. Typically, your crime scene investigators do all of that with a digital camera.
Okay. That might record the actual...
Yes, but as to whether or not that exists, that's not in my scope of the investigation. That's not my role.
Are you aware if there's currently a policy related to body cams during searches?
I'm not up to date on our current policy. I've been on IOD for 2 years.
Oh, wow. So you're probably ready to get back, huh?
Should we start back soon?
2 years on medical leave. Wow.
Were you provided any information
He hasn't shaved in all that time.
Sort of what the nature of this entry was or this search was related to before starting the search?
I was given information by the homicide unit that this was something that should have been done the previous day by the domestic violence division, and they failed to do so. So now they were having to come in later than they would have liked to conduct a search warrant, which is why I instructed my 2 officers who are relatively new to not touch anything and not get overly involved, because this would be going to trial in a few years. It was less than ideal circumstances for them.
What part of it was less than ideal?
Well, when you're a new officer and you don't know what you don't know, so you don't know what you need to be looking for, you don't know what you need to announce, you don't know what you need to pay attention for, because whether or not you can recall something, 3, 4, 5 years later, is when you're brand new, those are things that you don't understand what to look for and what to do. So that's why I made sure that myself and another sergeant came out and were present at the execution of the search warrant.
You're a very experienced officer. Why was it that it was your understanding that this search should have been done the day before?
I can't speak to why the Domestic Violence Division failed to follow policy and protocol, but I just know that they did, but I can't speak for the actions of another person.
You had indicated, I think on direct, that something about that scene not being secured. Did you have some understanding related to that?
It was locked when we got there. We were there to secure the scene with our 2 officers present, but as far as the outside of the perimeter being secured, it's an apartment complex. It was, as soon as we were made aware of it, we sent 2 officers there to make sure that no one entered or exited the residence. So, but from the time that we sent 2 officers there to whenever the incident originally occurred, I can't speak.
Did you have information about whether anybody else had actually been to the apartment?
No, not at that time.
You didn't actually have that information?
No, not at that time.
Did you have any information about whether anything had been removed from the apartment?
Not at all. Like I said, we were given very limited information, and I would prefer to have kept it that way. So I could tell that there was an issue somewhere, and I would let them work that out amongst themselves.
Generally, the information was that this should have been done the day before, but it wasn't.
Correct.
Thank you.
You need to redirect.
No, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Quick witness there.
Who's the next witness?
Jason Terry.
He washed his hands of that one pretty quickly, huh? Jason Terry up next. Thank you very much, Josh, for this. Appreciate the note.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? So
I do.
I like that bailiff guy in the suit. I like that Tennessee has, like, butler-style bailiffs, just proper, dressed to the nines.
Sir, would you please state and spell your name?
Jason Terry, Jasonterry.
And Mr. Terry, what is the current state of your employment?
I'm a retired Metro Nashville police officer.
And when did you enter into the retirement stage?
Approximately 3 years ago, it'll be 3 years in July.
How long were you with the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department?
23 years.
And let me do the math. When did you start?
I started in 2000.
When you started in 2000, what were your duties, responsibilities with the police department?
I initially started out as a Valdez Sport Patrol for approximately 5 years before becoming a detective in the sex crimes unit. I was there 4.5 years before transferring to the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force. From there, I was a detective in the auto theft unit for almost 5 years before completing my last almost 6 years in the crime scene unit.
It's a good career.
And in February of 2023, what branch of the police department or what unit were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the crime scene unit.
And how long would that have been that you had been with the crime scene unit at that time?
At that time, about 5.5 years.
During those 5.5 years, had you responded to few or many crime scenes?
Quite a few.
Now, what does the crime scene unit do?
What we do is when we get called to the scene, and here in Nashville, most everything we can, if we're requested, will come out unless we find a reason not to. But generally what we do, we'll come out, we'll assist detectives or patrolmen, help identify possible evidence. They will then document the evidence. We'll collect it and then help preserve it by the way we package it, by the way we take it down to our property room for storage.
And to work in the crime scene unit or CSI unit of the police department, do you undergo any specialized training?
Yes, initially the training is for the ones like me that were sworn officers. We have both sworn and civilian crime scene technicians. With the sworn officers, it's pretty much initially on the job training because we have to have a minimum of 3 years of service before we can even apply But once we're in there, we get sent to the National Forensics Academy, which is a 10-week intensive course in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. It's held by the University of Tennessee. There's 10 weeks of crime scene investigation training, everything from different ways of fingerprinting to evidence collection to photography. We also are required, I believe it's within 2 years of being assigned to the crime scene unit, we have to become certified by the International Association of Identification. We are tested, we have to apply, and we have to pass in order to be certified as crime scene technicians.
And did you accomplish all that?
I did, yes.
Now, as part of that, are there certain protocols, rules, for lack of a better term, that you would follow in entering and processing a crime scene?
There are. It's dependent on the scene, but there are some protocols. We have certain standard operating procedures depending on what kind of scene it is, things we do.
Now, do you as a crime scene investigator always know the facts of what caused it to be a crime scene?
We do not. Generally, we depend a lot on the information the detectives give us. Unlike what you might see on television shows, we're not the ones sit down interviewing witnesses and victims and suspects. And we get our information from the detective. We go through the scene. Now, as we do that, we're still open-minded. If we see something can be helpful. But at the end, that scene belongs to that detective. We're there to assist, and we're more supplemental.
And are there some crime scenes that you respond to where it's obvious that an item might have evidentiary value?
Yes, it is.
A shooting scene and there's a weapon.
Yes, sir.
It might be something to collect, correct?
Yes, sir.
Has a Sean Connery beard. I like it.
On the other hand, respond to a shooting scene, there may be an item that's totally irrelevant.
Quite a bit, yes, sir.
And would you collect something that you've already realized is totally irrelevant to that crime scene?
No.
And is that a judgment call that you made in consultation with the lead detective?
Right. Generally, the way it goes, the detectives, since they've done the talking to everybody involved, there's a search warrant involved, they're the ones that developed the probable cause for the search warrant. They know all the context of what's going on. How you caught in code first scene. They help identify certain things. They help put that, whatever you see, into possible context.
Now, as a crime scene investigator in 2023, were you wearing body-worn camera?
We were assigned them because, like I said, we're a sworn officer. But the basic function of the body-worn camera is your interaction with the public. So we weren't required on scenes or in that because we dealt with officers 99% of the time. So we had body-worn cameras, but we weren't required to have them on in a scene because we weren't interacting with the public.
And therefore, you'd be filming, you're collecting evidence or packaging it or doing anything like that?
We would not.
Okay. However, when you do go to a crime scene, is it recorded in another method? Photographs?
Yeah, that's one of the means we document it. There's several different tools we can use, but the one almost every crime scene I've ever worked, we photograph the scene. That's our main way we document a scene for future reference.
And when you go to a crime scene, would the detectives and or other officers normally be there ahead of you?
Yes, of course.
And as the crime scene investigator, you have a protocol or standard operating procedure of how you view and assess the scene on a step-by-step process.
Everybody, it probably varies slightly, but yes, I had my own unique process. Like the way I write my reports, I'd speak with the detectives, see what they had, see what they required of me. I would then usually maybe walk the scene with them or go through the scene and initially take photographs because that's how the scene was when I arrived. And then after that, I would go back through, depending on what kind of scene it was, and collect any evidence that was observed.
Okay. Now, are you initially the one who would enter the apartment or the scene first?
No.
When you were working as a crime scene investigator at the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department in February of 2023, were you requested to come to a location at 1522 Lebanon Pike, Apartment 107?
I was.
And you recall approximately when and where you were when you received the request?
When I received the initial request, I was on there's a death scene in South Nashville. Because I wasn't off that scene yet, we were running short that night. I believe I talked with Sergeant Chris Dickerson from the homicide unit who was requesting us. Spoke with him just about what they had, what they were needing from us, because if it meant we needed certain equipment that we used, which is only kept at the office, I would have to go from South Nashville to Madison, where our office was, and then go back to Harness, or their 11 Pike address.
Okay. And referencing crime scenes, does the nature of the crime scene and or the request for assistance determine how many crime scene investigators might go?
It can. There are certain specific crime scenes which require a supervisor, even if they're not working, we have to pace them out. It's always, I work the midnight shift, 10:30 at night to 7 in the morning. And if you have one of those types of crime scenes, say an officer involved shooting, aggravated assault on an officer, a homicide, which was known to be a homicide at that time, we'd have to do, there's certain protocols we have, and you would have more than one, hopefully, that would come out because there's several different things that you would do more administratively with regards to that scene.
And because of the nature of this incident and call, how many individuals from the crime scene unit responded?
One, me.
And when you left the other South Nashville scene, was there still work going on that one?
I don't recall. I believe usually when it's a death scene, non-suspicious death, once the medical examiner usually calls us out there, I'll clear with them. You don't need anything else from me. Once they say they don't need anything else, I'll leave.
And did you go directly from that scene to the Lebanon Road?
I did.
And you recall approximately what time you arrived at 1522 Lebanon Pike?
I believe I originally had the call at 1:35 in the morning, and I arrived there a little after 2 a.m.
And were you familiar with that location? Have you been there previously?
Familiar with the location, and I've actually grown up probably less than a tenth of a mile down the road from that location.
So when you arrived, describe what you observed with respect to law enforcement presence.
Right, there was multiple law enforcement there, police, different bosses within the homicide unit were there. I said the main point of contact I had was with Chris Dickerson. I arrived on the scene, they identified, Detective Reese had been the lead detective. Initial thing I'll do, I'll get out and immediately write down what we call an ID work form. It just denotes the date, time, is usually the initial photograph you will take in the series of photographs for that scene. I fill that out, and before I even get in, I meet with, Detective Reese meets me, take possession of a comforter and a washcloth that were in a double bag trash bag. Note the date, time that I took, I accepted that property, placed it in my van and secured it, and I'm going into the scene. Once I go into the scene, there's several detectives in the scene. I talk to them, find out again, confirm what exactly they need from me, what exact steps are they looking for. In this case, it was to collect certain items that they identified and to photograph the apartment, which is what I did.
Now, I'll ask more about this perhaps later on, get to the actual physical items, but with respect to receiving that comforter in the plastic trash bag, where did that transfer from Detective Reese to you take place?
It was in the parking lot before I walked in.
And was Detective Reese therefore already out in the parking lot with the bag?
It was, yes.
And Lee, you said you took it and secured it?
Yeah, I did.
And did you have a vehicle crime scene investigation?
I did. It was a marked Metro Police Department suicide crime scene van. I think they were Chevy 1500s.
And did the item or items remain in the vehicle, locked in the vehicle, while you processed the apartment?
Yes.
So, what did you do initially upon going to apartment 107?
Initially, like I do always, I go in, confirm the information from the detectives in there, what they wanted from me. They pointed out the items that they wanted collected. I then took the camera and began my process of photographing the apartment as requested. And usually I'll start right through the front door and just try to tell a story, taking photographs of the entire scene and walking through, taking overall photos, generally at first, and then going back through and taking mid-range close-up photographs of whatever evidence there is. But that's my initial step, is to photograph the scene as I find it.
Had you ever been inside apartment 107 prior to that early morning hour?
No, sir.
And upon stepping across the threshold or looking in?
Okay, hold on. They just handed him all the photos, and we just jumped ahead here through a glitch.
Yes, these were the photographs I took that night.
I respectfully request they be introduced as next number exhibit and request published in literature.
Okay. 16.
Kerry, you referenced a few minutes ago about there being, the first photograph would be usually the work order. Is that what we're seeing here?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And what is the information contained on that document?
What it contains is the date and the time the series of photographs begins, the complaint number for that particular incident that I'm out on, what type of call, the 10 code for that. Victim, I didn't have the Ms. Denning's information at that time, so UAT means unknown.
1043 is the 10 code.
The address where we're at, the scene, and who requested us, along with my name.
Now, with respect to the complaint number, I've heard a little about that before, but is that a unique identifying number?
It is. A complaint number is specific to each individual incident that the police department gets called to, or they do a report on, or most everything they have to do with. The 23 just denotes the year, and the rest of it, like in this case, 120532, is the 120,000 plus complaint number issued so far that year.
And what, if any, significance does that have with respect to your work as a crime scene investigator and the collection of evidence?
Everything I do, all the paperwork I submit, including the evidence that I collect, it's all packaged and stored at the property room under that complaint number. All the paperwork is associated with that complaint number.
And I believe you said earlier that one of the things you do is to speak with the detectives to have an idea of what might be relevant in the nature of the call. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's definitely the complaint number. We always want to make sure we're on the same page. The complaint number they have, because everything they do gets tied into that complaint number too. Just make sure we have the same complaint number.
And based on getting that information, were there items that you were looking for based upon what the detectives had advised you?
Yeah, correct, yes.
Okay. And on the next photograph, what are we seeing here?
This is just the initial external photograph of Miss Denning up the building.
It's a nice apartment.
Just a close-up of the sign denoting the building and what apartments are in that building.
And if we were standing looking at that 1540 in the apartment, where would the person be who's taking that photograph?
Outside.
Right in front of that picture.
Yes, correct. It's just a close-up, still outside of the apartment number.
Now, do you recall it was 107 on the first or second?
It'd be on the first level. First one. Just a photograph of the external door going into the apartment 107.
I think we've already covered this, but was the door open or closed when you first walked up to it?
When I walked up to it, it was unlocked. Yes.
Okay. And so did you pull it back to take this photograph?
That I don't recall if the door was propped open. I believe it was shut when I first arrived at the photograph. I don't recall.
And the reason I ask that is once you entered, were there officers inside as you were taking your photographs?
There are. There were, I think, a couple of homicide unit detectives were in there.
Right now,
There's that black hole picture.
What are we seeing and where are we in the
Yeah, this is immediately as you come in the door, the first photograph. Captures part of the kitchen because the apartment, the way it's set up, you walk directly into the kitchen, the door. So that's the first photograph I take, as if you're walking into the door, this is what I see. Again, a little better flash. Just kind of working my way around the room. Same location, just shifted a little bit more to the right.
And with respect to the counter or the island area there, were there items of interest to you?
There were, yes.
And what were those?
The items of interest that have been identified to me by the homicide unit were the two bottles, the Minute Maid and the V8 splash bottle there in the middle. This glass, which was half filled with clear liquid, and this glass, which was empty.
With respect to where that Minute Maid and the other bottle had been before you entered, were you aware of where they were located? I was
advised that those bottles had been placed on the counter by the homicide unit who had removed them from the refrigerator.
Cleared. Not good.
Oh.
And we'll go to the.
Tell us about the camera.
This is just a photograph of the island at the center of everything.
And when I asked a few minutes ago if there were homicide detectives inside while you were working.
There's one of them there to the right.
At that time, based on the information you had, did the paintings, like a better term there on the island, have any significance to you?
No.
Did you consider them to be evidentiary matters to be collected?
Not from the information I had at that time, or just from looking at it, I didn't see anything of value.
And in this, again, you're saying you're panning or taking views from different angles, is that correct?
Yeah, it's just where I stand in the same spot initially, and I'll just kind of slice the room up like a pie and just go around from one corner to the other corner.
And you made pie, that or said the word pie, maybe. Did you see any food?
There was on top of the stove and the pan, there were cookies, baked cookies.
Did you notice any security camera surveillance inside the apartment? I would direct your attention to where Detective Mathis.
Yeah, I had to think that for the second. Just right there in the corner, right there, right next to Detective Mathis, is right elbow.
Okay. Did you circle that?
Sure.
Did that appear to be activated or?
No, from what I recall, no.
Reference the cookies.
Yes.
Are they in this photograph? And if you could circle.
Sure.
And to the right of the cookies, did that also appear to be food items?
It did. I don't recall looking inside. They're right there, the Tupperware containers.
And again, with the same sort of question, did those have any evidentiary value with respect to anything that you knew about this case?
No, sir.
And close-up view of what previously looked at, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall whether there were any dirty dishes in the sink or?
I don't recall any, no.
And again, more of a close-up of what we've already discussed, is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, in looking at the cookies, does there appear to be one missing?
Appears to be two missing.
Two.
Dun, dun, dun.
And where is this? Is this still Detective Mathis in the background?
Yeah, it is. This just shows just down from there, the position of where the trash can was in relation to the rest of the kitchen. It just shows a more complete photograph of the kitchen. Photograph of the kitchen island just from the opposite side. Close up of the glass that was identified to me by the homicide unit and the clear liquid inside.
And was that one of the items that were later collected?
It was, yes. This photograph of the Minute Maid bottle and the V8 splash bottle, again, that had been identified by the homicide unit as things they wish collected. Close up of those same two bottles. That's a close up of the empty drinking glass that was also identified by the homicide unit as something they wanted collected.
Thank you,
Other than what we're seeing here on the island, do you recall whether there were any other drinking glasses on any other counter or elsewhere?
I'm sure there was. I don't recall seeing any that homicide believed warranted my attention. I didn't see any that had any liquids in it or looked to be recently used. Just close up of the same glass.
Now, to the left of the, as we're looking at it, the glass, there appear to be a piece of paper.
Right there, it looks like it's instructions for the card game Uno. It's just an overall shot of the living room area. This is a shot from the living room, looking into the bedroom.
Do you recall how many bedrooms there were in this apartment?
There's two. Two bed, two bath.
And which one are we looking into now?
It's the only one that had a bed in it. Last time that was Miss Denning's room. It's the one, if you're facing, it's on the right of the living room if you're facing the living room. This was the initial view. As you walk through the door, you're right in the door frame of the bedroom. And again, like before, this is to my immediate left, and I will rotate around with photographs, just basically corner to corner.
Now, with respect to the blinds, were they in that condition as in being pulled down and closed when you entered?
Yes, what you're seeing in these photographs is how it was when I first witnessed it, when I first saw it. Again, just the opposite corner, some part of the bed and the window. Again, just rotating around the side of the bed. Again, rotating around to the opposite corner and showing the door to the walk-in closet.
With respect to the glass, the drinking utensil there on the end table, did that have any significance?
No.
And in fact, did you collect anything from the bedroom?
No. The only thing I collected was there on the island for what homicide instructed and what they wanted.
I want to ask before we leave the nightstand, in any area of the bedroom, did you see a weapon?
There is one. This shot doesn't show it. I think one of the shots me coming out of the closet will show it, but there is one.
And where was it?
Like I said, you can't see it, but you'll see the photograph is right in there. It's a pistol in the holster. You'll see the top end of it.
I believe we will, as you say, get to it in a moment.
Yes, I think it's the series after I photograph in the closet, turn back around and take more photographs. It's just the door to the walk-in closet. Just from the door view of the walk-in closet.
And did you, like a better term, search that to any extent?
I visually searched it. No, I visually searched it, looked through it. Again, the homicide unit detectives were the one executing the search warrant and it signed off.
And were you directed to collect anything from there?
No, sir. It's just the closet floor. Just working my way up to the what's on the hangers in the closet.
A lot of earth tone clothing.
It's just me coming back out of the closet facing the bedroom.
Here comes the pew-pew picture.
And again, just a photograph of the nightstand.
And
should be there.
Some happy slippers under the bed.
And there, it's just an overall of the nightstand and what's around. And this is what we was talking about earlier.
Peanut butter M&Ms.
Excuse me, circle that.
There's the
Did
holster.
that have any evidentiary value as far as you were concerned?
No, it wasn't a shooting scene. There was no allegation that anyone had been shot or any gun had been used. Someone's private weapon. Didn't make any sense. There was no reason to collect it.
Was there anything illegal about it?
No.
Now, the item, see an item, just be in the photograph down, white straps. What was that? You know?
I believe it was an Apple Watch or an Apple-esque type watch.
And again, at that time, based upon information, did it have any evidentiary value as far as being collected?
No, nothing was said to me, no.
Now, the model with the yellow top, you recall what that was?
It was a supplement. I don't remember exactly what the supplement was off the top of my head.
And the item to the right of the yellow top at the bottom?
Let's be a candle next to a half-eaten package of peanut butter M&Ms, Sharpie pen, and an adapter.
Now, you're walking out of the closet, correct?
Correct. Again, just a different series of photographs there, just from a different angle. Again, that was at the door, bedroom door facing out. Just to the left, before you walk out, there's a door on the left. That was the bathroom in the bedroom. That's what this is.
Recall how many bathrooms there were?
2.
So this is the one off the...
One off the, what they would call the master bedroom, yes. Just as you walk through the door, just a photograph of the tub and initial photographs of the bathroom.
Very clean and organized. Everything has a place.
Out of the ordinary in the bathroom?
No, not at all.
Color coordinated.
Again, just same series, just different angle. Same bathroom, different angle.
Yes, Mr. Terry, when Detective Reese gave you the plastic bag, comforter, did you open it up and look at it?
I did.
Right then?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, was within the white bag? trash bags?
It was a blue comforter and a yellow washcloth.
I'm sorry, did you, in looking through the apartment, see anything similar to the washcloth that was in the bag?
Yeah, it looked similar to those up there.
Nita, happy to. Wait till we get just a minute.
I just close up with the sink in that same bathroom.
Don't let me forget. Thank you, by the way.
Did anything strike you as being unusual? Or
It's just squeaky clean.
Spotless, but very clean. That's the only thing. This is from the door of the Miss Dennick's bedroom facing the other bedroom through the living room. Just the other bedroom from the door looking in. Again, just rotating around the room. This is a corner of that same room. Again, just rotating to the right, covers the right corner of the room.
Did you go through any of the, like that hamper or look at the magazines?
Just cursory glance. I know that one had something to do with pregnancy and becoming pregnant.
Was there you may have answered this or said this, but was there a bed in that second bedroom?
No, there was not. 2 chairs.
Looks like it has to do with becoming unpregnant, like having a baby.
And are we still in that second bedroom?
No, I think we skipped some photographs there. Because this is facing the bedroom from inside the walk-in closet attached to the second bedroom.
So did you spend any great significant amount of time in that second?
Yeah, photographed it from a couple of different angles, yes. There we go. Photograph from inside the closet, or from the door leading into the attached walk-in closet.
Did you see in that bedroom or that closet any items that would be associated with a baby?
I see some baby stuff.
You have a couple of baby odors. I think that was a walker. You'll see on additional photographs over here on the side, show some boxes with, I think, with diapers and some formula. Just the bathroom attached to the second bedroom and the second walk-in closet. Same, just a toilet, counter. The walk-in closet again, just showing what's on the top shelf.
Pampers.
Reference Pampers or those?
Yeah, there's some Pampers.
Got a diaper bag.
It shows the far corner from the bedroom looking into a walk-in closet.
She was excited to be a new mom.
This was on that shelf that photograph I just took. You got some wipes, some formula, diapers, different items relating to child care, infant care.
Yep.
Again, just some items on the floor. Looks like something else from Pampers down in the box below. This is a walk-in closet from the bathroom facing back into the bedroom. That same corner just shows what's on the shelf. And what shows below. Like that was a walker / car seat for an infant.
Those are not cheap.
Just more of a close-up view of those same 2 walkers and baby carrier seat.
Did you look in any of those tubs or the ice chest?
I did not know.
So, finish the photography part.
Yes, sir.
What comes next?
What comes next is to do the evidence collection.
And are there any procedures or protocols that you adhere to in collecting items of evidence?
Yeah, you always want to take whatever precautions you can, such as wearing protective gloves, making sure they're separated, having whatever you're putting it in our case, depending on what it is, it's usually a paper sack. So have that available.
And did you follow that process and procedure in this case?
I did. This was a little unique in that you had fluids. Normally, when it comes to any kind of fluids, we'll just do a swab of it. In this case, I thought it was more important to get a larger sample of it. So the clear liquid in the drinking glass, I put like in a little plastic vial that we have that's specific for liquids collections. I did that, then I collected everything else as a whole, but I mean, it was in separate bags. You denote the time and the date that you actually take possession of it, that you take custody of it, and you make sure that's marked down also.
And is that actually placed on the bag or wherever the evidence is placed in?
It is, along with the complaint number, where it was obtained from, what exactly is in that individual's sack, and date time.
Council has seen these items before, but I can bring the box over and have one look again. Okay, thank you.
I apologize if they take a minute, but if I could have these items passed up to Mr. Terry one at a time.
While we're doing this,
Actually, let me pull it over here. This way I can't show you which one.
this is a great question, Nita, by the way. Specifically with the comforter, when police officers arrive on scene, they expect to, well, they find things as they are, as they found them, right? They don't know who's touched them or anything else. But the closer an item is to the original condition as when the event happened, the more useful it may be for the police. When something has been involved in a crime, like the comforter, that has, evidence on it, and, the body was there, everything else. And then after that, they know it's been tampered with or moved. It gives you an opportunity for the defense to say, but what if this happened? Do you know that nothing happened to it? How do we know it's in the same condition? So when that chain of custody is broken...
Mr. Terry, you're being handed an item package in a paper bag. Can you look at that and tell us by the markings and identification whether or not you recognize that?
Yes, this was the packaging for clear drinking glass, and I have it denoted on the bottom inside the box. That wasn't recovered at the scene. That was just the means of safely packaging it within here to make sure it didn't break.
So it was a glass.
Yes, yes, sir.
All right, I'd ask that be introduced as the next number exhibit.
You want to open it? When that chain of custody is broken, it gives the defense room for reasonable doubt. To say, you don't know that nothing happened. You don't know that new substances weren't introduced on that.
This is the glass that previously held the liquid. The reason I know that is because I put that on the bag just to differentiate the other one that was empty when we found it. One thing I didn't talk about earlier is the way we know is, again, complaint number, type of call I'm out on, the address where it's recovered, date, time it's recovered, and exactly what's inside the box. This tape is done by the lab, so is that, but the initial tape is called integrity tape to make sure no one has opened this. After I sealed it, the way you know that it's from the integrity tape, plus I put my initials and the date that I sealed this.
Would that be exhibit 18?
Okay.
So just limited ASMR here. So far, no scissors have been passed up. We're not opening any of these yet.
This looks to be the Minute Maid pink lemonade bottle, which at this point is empty, and the V8 Splash fruit medley bottle that are in here, and they would have been put in separate sacks within this sack.
If you recover something that has liquids in it, what is done with
the liquid? Once it's packaged like everything else, packaged and put in the proper room because the detective decide what testing is needed, what they want to be looked for. Because this is, at the time, we didn't know exactly, or I wasn't aware what drug or if a drug had been involved. This packaged in a way that we would normally package any type of drug, which is in a clear bag, and it's double bagged for safety.
Yes, these three individually brought to save you. Terry being handed 3 packages. I want to deal with them individually.
Sure.
The necessary sequence, but we can take a look at those and see if you recognize.
This. These are the vials of the various liquids that I recovered.
Let's start with the one in your left hand.
Sure.
What does that contain?
This is a sample of the liquid from the water glass, the clear liquid from the water glass.
All right, ask that be introduced as exhibit 20. Okay. Now, we can go ahead and get it just so they don't get it. And the next one.
This is the sample I collected from the V8 Splash bottle.
Does it contain the appropriate markings and identification?
It does, like the other bags. These bags are specific where they were basically to open one of these, you basically have to disintegrate it. I mean, it rips open. It's not a clean rip. So when we seal it, we still put our initials on the back just to show that when it was sealed.
All right, yes, that be reduced to.
Okay.
And then the third.
Third one is a sample of the liquid collected from the Minute Maid bottle.
Same identification, same complaint number.
Same identification, same complaint number, same information. My name's on it. It's definitely my handwriting and initials on it.
Okay. Now, talk about the item you received from Detective Reese.
Yes.
Did you process that, or you said you looked at it, saw it had a comforter and a washcloth. Did you process it with respect to packaging or repackaging there at the scene?
At the scene, no. It was transported as is to our office, CSI office on my drive in Madison.
And what, if anything, did you do with those items there?
With those items, we call them drying cabinets. They're just the big cabinets that you put things in that has air that circulates around that helps dry wet items. Because, from my understanding, there had been substance on the comforter, placed it inside the drying cabinet to ensure it was dry. Because if you turn in articles of cloth or most anything and you package it wet, it can mildew and mold over time, which can compromise and contaminate evidence.
And with respect to the trash bags?
Those are packaged separately. They came with the comforter and are packaged separately.
If I could ask this item,
So did the best they could with this evidence once it was given to them, but...
Yeah. This contained the yellow washcloth and the white trash bags, and they were packaged in here separately, so it's not everything's free-flowing, contacting each other. They're packaged separately within this one package.
Would have been better had they not been messed with.
Okay.
This is just chain of custody testimony right here. We'll get to testing on this later in any importance.
Work my way around to this item. I'm not approach bar.
Okay.
Now, does the big box have anything really to do with this, other than?
No, the big box doesn't. Inside is the bag. We have gloves. I'll pick it up, pull it out. I don't have any.
You wanting to?
Well, I think the paper bag, we're not going to ask you to open it and get down to the actual comforter.
You want gloves for the bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just like I left it out.
Wants gloves anyway.
What is the significance of any of the red?
The red, these bags are used to package things which might contain a biohazard, blood, semen, anything, any bodily type fluid or anything of an unknown, that's what that's for, because they're labeled on here, biohazard on both sides.
That's why he wants the gloves.
This is the bag and where we place the comforter for packaging, just due to its size. On here is the same information as the other bags: complaint number, type of call, location, date, time collected, and what's exactly in here. Also have the complaint number written on there. And all you can't see it on here. My name is on the integrity tape and initialed also.
Bailiff gets his hands dirty as well, or doesn't. Wears gloves.
No relevance, but might leave it in there for the sake of it first.
Use the gloves, use the sanitizer.
That this small photographs be passed to the witness.
All right.
Sherry, if you just take a look at those and see if those correspond to the markings and labels on the comforter and the trash bag exhibit that you previously discussed.
It is.
If I could just,
You need a hard copy?
just, yes, just put these on, if I could publish these briefly.
Oh, whoa, whoa. Careful, careful, careful. Careful there. We went over to the jury really quickly.
What is this photograph of?
It's a photograph of that same bag I just showed you, containing the blue comforter.
Of the markings on the bag?
Yes.
This, the,
Yeah, that's just something placed on there by our property room. Basically, the information provided on here is the same thing that I placed on that entered into the property sheet that accompanies the property.
It's not an Amazon shipping label.
Can I ask you about it? The property room, you talked about a drying cabinet at Client Drive, your office.
Yes.
What is and where is the property room?
Property is behind East Precinct off Trinity Lane, huge building behind there.
And is it what
It is what it says. It's not manned 24 hours, and on our shift, work at midnight, they have an officer's, what we call an officer's workroom that contains various and numerous lockers of various sizes that we can store the recovered property in and lock it up, and they're the only ones that have keys to the locks.
And does the property then remain there until it's needed, either to be sent for examination or court?
Yes, that is where it stays.
It's just a photograph again of the labeling of the comforter. And does that show the date and time you received it from Detective Reese?
Yes, it's worded the exact same as I listed this item, the blue comforter on my property sheet.
And then photograph of the outside of the trash bag that previously been used, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Here you can see perhaps a little close-up of the labeling for that bag, is that correct?
Just the property label that's placed on it is the property room, containing the same information, containing the washcloth collected from Detective Reese at 02:19 hours on the 27th of February.
Free to be, 38 months. OG.
To clerk.
Thank you so much.
There's the next number exhibit. 5. Collection, packaging, processing, is that your responsibilities in this case?
Collecting and packaging, yes, I do not. The only, if you want to use terms such as photographing, the actual processing, I do not do.
So after your job is done, it goes to someone else.
That's correct. Whatever requests are made from the homicide detectives, it'll follow the property to the lab, and that's where the testing is completed. At this point, once I have everything turned in, packaged, paperwork complete, my involvement in the case ends. Until usually I don't hear anything about it, I don't get notified of results. Usually the only time I know that a case has come to fruition is when I get notified 3 or 4 years later for court. And that's where I learn the result of the testing and anything like that. But as soon as this part of it is done for me, that's my involvement is over.
You're on to the next call.
Yes, sir.
One thing I wanted to ask about, we went through a lot of photographs of that apartment.
Mm-hmm.
2-bedroom, 2-bath. Throughout looking and photographing that apartment, did you see any alcoholic beverage?
I did not. No.
Or any alcoholic beverage containers?
No, sir.
Did you see anything with drugs? Any?
I don't recall. I can't remember if there was a. No, I don't believe so. No, I can't remember if there was a pill bottle on the nightstand or not.
You said it was a supplement?
Yes.
Okay. But with respect to, have you worked scenes where there have been drugs?
I have, yes.
And have you worked scenes that really didn't involve drugs, but there were drugs there?
Yes.
Is that something you would notice and document?
Yes.
And as far as any drug paraphernalia, right, pipe, blunts, whatever, did you see anything like that there?
I did not.
Yeah, no, sure. Okay. I don't know if this comes with a medication or not, but did you see an EpiPen or
anything
No,
like that?
No, sir.
There at all? And I believe I already asked about body camera videoing
Yes.
while you're there, but do you do that while you're packaging the evidence?
No. Again, the purpose of body worn camera is your interaction with the public. It would only be on if I'm actually out performing police duties, a traffic stop, or I decide because I'm a sworn officer, I would answer a call, back up another officer, then it would go on like normal, but not there, no.
Those are my questions.
Following questions, have Mr. Taylor.
Defense.
16 and exhibit 25.
We're about 15 minutes behind right now. We're catching up
Or is,
quickly.
is Officer Terry still the appropriate?
Mr. Terry, Jason, either works fine.
So, I'm not going to say Officer Terry since it feels appropriate here in this
Yes, sir.
setting.
Yes, sir.
Officer Terry, you clearly have a lot of experience as a trained officer in doing these kind of investigations. Part of your training experience, you're trained for thoroughness in these kind of investigations. Is that fair?
Yeah, based upon the information that's provided to me, yes.
Sure, you're provided information and then you're trained to execute on that information in as thorough a manner as possible, right?
We try, yes.
And part of that is to gather anything that might be potential evidence, right?
Based on the information we have, yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
And this is particularly true when we know it's a very serious case, right?
Potentially, yes.
And at this point in time, in this case, you had been communicating with Detective Reese, who's a homicide detective, right?
Yeah, and I talked with Sergeant Dickerson from homicide.
Who's also from homicide, right? So you knew that this was potentially a homicide investigation.
Potentially, yes. Just due to the, yes.
They were treating it as if it might be a homicide investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
Usually homicide doesn't get involved if this is something that might not be treated as a homicide investigation. Is that fair?
Not necessarily. If it's something of importance, if it's something they need, the homicide guys are generally considered the best detectives around. They will, something an unknown such as this, initially, it can go to them, yes.
But the information you have is that they were concerned about it being a poisoning. Is that?
Possible ingestion of poison, or in this case, a drug.
That might have been something like a homicide, right?
It could have been, yes.
So in that situation, everybody's kind of trying to do their absolute best job, right?
Yes.
Preserve the most evidence possible.
Preserve what we can, yes.
And so that information that you had was, we look for anything that could be related to potential poisoning, right?
Based on, yes, what homicide detectives have told me.
And of course, you're taking directive from Detective Reese. Is it Sergeant or Lieutenant Dickerson?
I don't know what his rank is now.
Right. Chris Dickerson, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're taking directive from those two in terms of what you should be focusing on.
Right, correct.
And obviously, if you see something that sticks out to you, you're going to collect that as well.
Yes, I'm going to ask about it. If it's in the information they have, it's relative, I'll ask that.
And you have some, particularly since you're a very experienced officer, you have some leeway to collect additional things that maybe appear important to the case, right?
Oh, yeah, I would definitely talk to them about it because they're the one executing the search warrant. But yes, of course, I would talk to them about it.
So your kind of limitations are you don't collect anything without their approval.
No, I don't need their approval, but like I said earlier, it's their scene. It's their responsibility regarding because they're in charge of the investigation. And I would talk to them about it. Let them know we have this might be something we need to collect or we don't. I would talk to them about it if there was any kind of conflict. That's a really good team over there on the homicide unit. I've worked with them several times. So that wouldn't be an issue of communicating. But I would definitely want them to know I'm just not going to arbitrarily start grabbing stuff. So yeah, would be discussed with them.
But ultimately, they give the yay or nay on what you're collecting.
They can. I mean, I can collect it anyway, but yeah, they can give the yay or nay because, like I said, they're the ones that have all the available knowledge that you can at that time because they talk to everyone involved. So, you know, I trust what they're saying.
So, the information that you have is potential poisoning, potentially drugs were involved, and we need to collect things that could be related to that information.
Right, potentially a pink liquid.
Pink liquid, yes. And you knew you were directed to collect the clear glasses, right?
Yes.
And the pink liquids.
Yes.
Before we get into the specific things that you collected, I'm going to put a kind of pin in that.
Yeah.
Did you have information that people had already been to that apartment before you had been there?
Yes.
What information did you have about that?
That just, I think family and friends had gone in previously, documented what they saw inside and collected a comforter and packaged that comforter.
So you understand that that was kind of in coordination with law enforcement?
No, not with us, no.
In your experience in working homicide cases, serious cases, is that kind of what you want in a scene?
No, it's not preferred. No.
What would you prefer to see?
I would prefer that we have the initial access, just if for nothing else, how things are collected, packaging, the order in which it's done. That's much more preferred. It's much more way to keep everything secure.
What concerns does that raise for you?
Several different concerns, but just generally the security of the crime scene.
When you say security, what does that mean? Because that sounds like a specialized kind of term.
No, security of the crime scene just means that the crime scene itself remains as pristine as possible.
The last starts in a couple minutes.
Moved, nothing's been touched inadvertently.
Correct.
No verdict yet.
Because you want to see an exact snapshot of how something that's supposedly a crime scene was at the time, right?
Well, as close as you can.
That makes your job, your ability to collect and preserve evidence, you can do it exactly how it was at the time.
Yes,
right?
as close as possible. Yes.
As close as possible.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Did you have access to any videos or anything of what happened when people were at the apartment before you went?
No.
Were you given a description of what occurred when the people went to the apartment?
Just a brief description regarding, what exactly they did, yes.
Were you told how many times people went to the apartment?
No, I was just told that once, but I don't know if there was other time.
If you were processing the comforter, which we know was removed prior to your presence, how would you have handled the comforter?
After photographing it, doing the same sequence I would do with everything else, it would be placed probably at that point leaving the scene, just because comforters are somewhat difficult to package, and even the oversized bags. That wouldn't be done on scene. More likely it would be packaged on scene in a biohazard, one of those big red biohazard bags, and put in that and secured for transportation.
And are biohazard bags specialized?
Yeah, they're just, like I said, the big red bags that have biohazard on it.
So does that mean nothing can get in or out?
That's a trash bag, yeah. I mean, it still has to be secured, but yes.
Is it different from like a store trash bag?
I'm not sure of the quality of it. To me, they might feel it's sturdier, but I really don't know.
Is it closed fully, like you tie fully off?
You have to tie it fully off, yes.
And that's your protocol?
Yes. Well, yeah, that's what I would do.
You then put it inside of like a paper bag that's sealed?
Well, no, not for transport. I would just put it inside there, and generally, depending on the possible biohazard, and if there's a lot of liquid, if not, I will place it on some butcher paper that I kept inside the van, or absent the butcher paper, use some of those the evidence bags, lay that down and set it on top of there.
If there was any kind of biological material like chunks of vomit, to be blunt, is that something you would collect independently?
No.
That would you just leave that on the comforter?
I would leave that. At best, I might do a swab, just to be on the safe side, but that would lay us down the comforter.
I want to talk about, you're on permission to publish photographs from Exhibit 16 to the rules. I want to ask you a few questions about some of the photographs that you took.
Yes.
Love the water pour ASMR.
Okay, I don't know which letter this is, but this is a photograph of Detective Mathis in the island, it appears?
I believe so, yes.
Are you aware if those bottles were already on the island when police officers arrived at the scene?
Way it's described to me, and as I indicated in my crime scene report, they were placed there by the homicide detectives.
So potentially homicide detective, Detective Reese, and whoever he was working with, went into somewhere and took them out?
Yes.
You know where they took them out from?
I believe it was the refrigerator, from what I was told.
You didn't actually witness it?
No.
You don't know where in the fridge they took them out from?
No.
Do you know when they took them out?
No, not exactly, no.
You indicated you did not take samples of any of these food items.
No,
right?
I did not.
So we didn't take samples of these cookies. Is that right?
Oh, yes, sir, that's correct.
Do we know what's inside this bowl right here? And this is a close-up photograph of the food.
Yeah, I believe from looking outside it was gravy. I think the other one had some noodle-ish type thing in it, I believe, if I remember correctly.
We had information in this trial that this was a chicken Alfredo dinner. Is it possible that was Alfredo sauce?
Yeah, it was possible, yes.
But you did not take a sample of the Alfredo sauce?
I did not, no.
And you did not take a sample of what looks like it could be spaghetti in here?
No, it did not.
And do you know what's inside these foil packs?
I don't recall. I'm thinking breadsticks, but I can't specifically recall.
So in a case that is potentially a poisoning case, none of the food items were collected.
No.
And that means, so far as you know, none of the food items were tested today.
They were not, no.
And that was a decision that Detective Reese made?
Well, collectively, they said, based on the information, the pink liquid being talked about, that they identified these liquids as what they want to collect.
At any point in time, did you have a discussion with Detective Reese and say, out of an abundance of caution, maybe we should collect a little bit of this?
I don't recall having that conversation.
Just to orient everybody and the court reporter here, this is a picture of the island facing the sink.
Yes.
And next to the sink, do you see a sort of a pink cup with a top on it?
Yeah.
Yes, circled right there. Thank you. Do you recall ever looking inside that pink cup?
I don't recall. That would be something I would have done, but I don't recall that, no.
And my understanding is you did not collect that pink cup?
I did not, no.
Do you recall ever having a conversation with Detective Reese about collecting that pink cup?
No.
Do you recall attempting to take any kind of swab or anything out of that pink cup?
No.
And just because we're talking about swabs a little bit, it is potentially possible at crime scenes to get very, very trace amounts of evidence from surfaces, from cups, from other places. Is that right?
Yes.
Sometimes, especially in drug cases, I mean, drugs can leave like very, very small amounts can be found places, right?
Correct.
And so that was not something that was ever collected or tested, so far as you know.
No.
That surprises me. They had information about this meal that was made. It was homemade.
This, to orient everybody, this is the picture kind of a bed and the nightstand. Is that right?
Oh, yes, sir.
And on the nightstand, I think it was mentioned earlier, there's another cup, right?
That's correct.
Do you remember ever looking or investigating the cup specifically?
Yeah, I don't believe there was anything inside.
Do you remember you took a swab of the cup?
Did not.
Do you remember having a discussion with Detective Reese at any point in time about whether that cup should be collected?
No.
And so that was never an item that was collected or preserved or tested so far as you're aware?
No.
Similarly, this is we noted some kind of supplement or something on the bedstand.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember looking inside the supplement bottle?
I did. I do remember looking inside. I don't remember it seeming anything out of the ordinary.
Okay, and there's no pictures in there, right?
No, there's not.
Do you know, down in this nightstand, there is a green item.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that green item is?
I don't recall, no.
Next to the bed, there's a backpack.
Yes.
At any point in time, did you look inside the backpack?
I did.
Okay, and there's no pictures inside the backpack?
No.
So that's not something that was necessarily preserved?
The backpack? No.
Yeah, based on your investigation?
No.
This window, and this is in the bedroom picture of the window, you indicated that the shades were down. That's exactly how it was when you got there.
Yes.
Do you know, when you look out that window, what you're looking at?
I believe it's the balcony based upon a floor plan I've seen of those apartments over there. I believe it's the balcony.
Do you know what is behind the apartment complex?
That I do not. I'm trying to remember which side that was on. It could be, depending on which way it's facing.
Is it a business?
If it could be. If you're looking at the front of the building from the parking lot, it's to the left. There are businesses through there.
This photograph of the closet, I understand we testified earlier, you looked inside the closet, but you did not do a thorough search of the closet.
No, I did not.
So here we have some little sort of like a jewelry box kind of thing with drawers. Is that right?
Appears to be. Excuse me.
You didn't look inside the jewelry box drawers at all?
I did not. No.
We have sort of several clothing drawers that are maybe closed. It's hard to tell if they're closed or open. You didn't look inside any of those?
I did not.
Up top here, it appears that there are several boxes stacked up, maybe shoe boxes, kind of 2 rows deep at least. Is that correct?
It appears to be, yes.
Did you look inside any of those boxes?
I did not, no.
Here there are like sort of cloth tubs almost. Did you pull any of those down and look inside any of those?
I did not.
I know that you've done a lot of investigations and probably some drug investigations. Are there a plethora of places inside this closet where drugs could be hidden?
Could be, yes.
So there was a question about, well, you didn't find any drugs in this house, but is it
Didn't really
common
look.
for people to leave all of their drugs just sitting out every time?
Oh, no.
And this is a better picture of all the boxes that are up there, shoe boxes and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Just to confirm, you didn't pull down and look at any of those, right?
I did not.
This bathroom, there's a number of drawers and cabinets in here. Is that right?
Yes.
I didn't notice any pictures inside any of the drawers or cabinets. Did you look inside there?
Yes, that would be normal. Open the drawer or open the bottom. Yes.
Was there anything like a medicine cabinet or anywhere inside there?
No.
So even like things like Tylenol or Band-Aids or first aid kind of stuff, that wasn't in any of there?
I didn't notice any. They didn't have the traditional cabinet that you open from the mirror, that type of thing, no.
Did you find any spot in this apartment where that stuff was kept?
No, I don't recall it, no.
And here, and I think this is just a different angle, here we have like a cooler and some tubs, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't look at any of those, did you?
No, so, I mean, the one on top, it was open, but other than that, no.
There's one thing at the beginning. I've got nerves in pictures, so I flipped around. This is the picture in the kitchen facing Detective Mathis.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And there was a question here about this surveillance camera.
Yes, sir.
You did not collect that surveillance camera, did you?
No, I did not.
Were you provided any information prior to doing your work here that there was some concern about the surveillance camera?
No.
As part of your job as a crime scene investigator, do you occasionally have an opportunity to take fingerprint samples?
Yes.
And what does that process kind of entail?
Fingerprint samples involve just, like I said, there's fingerprint powder on the surface, depending on the surface. Seeing if there's any ridges and details, and then lifting them with lift tape.
And you can't always get fingerprints from every surface, right?
Oh, no, sir. No,
Sometimes, I mean, it looks like that in TV shows a lot, but it's often very tough, isn't it?
Correct, yes, sir.
But potentially, if there was an allegation that an item was moved by somebody, that could be a candidate for a fingerprint sample, couldn't it have been?
Could it be, based on your question? Yes.
Okay. But at no point in time were you asked to collect that security camera, were you?
No, it's not, no.
That boggles my
As far as
mind.
you're aware, that was not collected or processed.
We're collecting evidence in this room, but we're not going to collect the camera that filmed this room, potentially.
Straighten out our images. 1 second, I have another couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
We wanted to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 25C. This is a label
Yes, sir.
from the property.
Okay.
In the bottom left corner, it indicates that it was received on 2/25/9/30.
That's the date of incident as listed on the 110 form is the property sheet. Because you have to list the date collected and the date of the incident. And that initial complaint number was for that date and time. I don't know why it's listed that way in the system.
Right. Yeah, that's not what it says, right? It says received on?
Yes, correct.
And you don't know why it says that?
No, sir, I do not.
When you received the comforter, was the washcloth in the same bag as the comforter?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Read your record.
Yes, Your Honor.
Officer Terry then, but Mr. Terry, with respect to was the washcloth then tucked in with the comforter?
I believe so. I mean, I could see it in there, so I knew it was in there.
Okay. Counsel asked about the collection of evidence, and you're trying to do your best job, correct?
Yes, sir.
And wearing gloves is one of the main things, correct?
Yes, sir.
In collecting evidence.
Yes, sir.
Asked about drugs and scenes of homicide. I believe you said was the previous call you'd been on was drug related?
It was a death scene, and one of the things I recovered was, I believe it was a mirror that had some white powder on it.
And have you worked overdose deaths?
I have, yes.
And at those scenes, do you see paraphernalia and drugs?
Yes, if it's an overdose scene, generally the last drug they took or a portion of it or the packaging of it is going to be right there.
Anything like that whatsoever in this scene?
No, sir.
The counsel asked about the backpack that you looked in. Do you remember what was in it? Was anything?
I don't recall. There was nothing that stood out of being of value, so I don't recall what was in there.
Okay. Now, one thing as well, that goes back to kind of doing the best job with gloves. Unlike TV, perhaps, but do you wear like biohazard suits?
No. I mean, there are certain criteria and protocol where we would, but 99.9% of the time, no, we do not.
Okay. And were you wearing one of those suits, biohazard suits, at the previous incident that you went to?
I was not, no.
All right. And at this scene?
No,
Not
sir.
any pictures of you, but...
No, sir.
Okay. And did you change clothes from one scene to another?
No, sir.
Okay. And one of the things about wearing gloves, would that be to try as much as possible to avoid contamination?
Yes.
All right. Can that possibility be 100% humanly eliminated from any scene?
No, we can try our best to make it as unlikely as possible, but I cannot make it where it's impossible.
I believe you said that folding the comforter into a bag is sort of a difficult thing.
Very difficult, yes.
Right. And as you're doing that, do you have to?
You try your best not to make any direct contact with the comforter for a lot of different reasons. One, you don't want to contaminate anything on it, so it's one reason the more things are handled, I think, I don't want to mess anything up. And two, in a situation like that, I believe when I folded that up and put it in, I needed assistance from one of the other crime scene investigators to fold it up. Generally, you're holding it outside your body, trying to fold it up, roll it up in a correct way, in a tight enough way to make sure you can get it in the mouth of that sack. If not, there are tools there we have to actually build our own bags for these comforters.
Going back to do the best you can.
Yes, sir.
Those are my questions.
Any other questions?
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
I know that this is not like everyone's wearing a biohazard suit for your part of this, but you were aware the scene was contaminated before you even got there, right?
Well, it depends. What's your definition of contaminated?
Well, it was in one of the detective's reports. I think that's his word.
Which detective? And that's a term. Somebody just being inside to collect an article does not automatically mean contaminated scene. You look up any definition of crime scene contamination, if you can find one, and most everything in there has to deal with unintended transferring of physical or biological to a scene, or the unintended alteration of a scene. Their act was purposeful. It was the best way they knew how because they thought it was their only option.
You don't know if contamination occurred, do you?
I do not know, but you can't. That in and of itself does not automatically. Somebody's presence there does not automatically go. That's contamination.
Gotcha. But it could have been.
Could have, yes.
And the chances increase when there's civilians coming around the scene, right?
Civilians, first responders, basically medical examiners, anybody who goes in that scene has a potential, yes.
And this was not a case where we believe that someone was shooting up we had information someone was shooting up drugs and there were needles and a bunch of drugs laying out. That wasn't the allegations, right?
No.
So you would have expected to find a bunch of needles and drugs laying around on the floor, right?
Well, if it was drug-related and drug poisoning, I would expect, if it was self-administered, I would expect some paraphernalia, a baggie or something, to be there.
And that's not what you were investigating at that time.
No, at that time, there were a lot of unknowns, suspicious. I believe all I knew at that time was pinkish liquid, the phone conversation that was had between Miss Denny and her friend, and that she was transported on a life support. Believed it was poison, in this case a drug. That's why I labeled it as a possible unknown drug on the vials I collected. That was the extent.
And despite all those unknowns, there were still at least 2 cups you didn't collect, right?
Yes.
And several items of food that you didn't collect, right?
They collect some samples. And the only reason I correct that, our partner will not accept food products in that sense. But yes, you're correct.
Despite those
Yes,
unknowns, there
yes,
were at least some food samples you didn't collect.
Sure, yes, sir.
Any other questions?
No.
All right, thank you.
It's a good time for a break, Judge, so we can get all the way caught up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, if you'll step down the hallway, we'll take a short break.
All right, we are going to take a short break than them because we're now caught up. Give us a second here. Make sure they don't say anything important before the judge steps off for a moment. Still waiting for a court up in Alaska to go live. I'm trying to split my attention between the two, making sure that they don't do anything. But it looks like they're not going live this morning as the jury's deliberating. They just went straight back to deliberations to continue up in that Alaska v. Hildebrand case. So let's see. Looks like we're just going to be on break with no talking. Works for me. I'm good with that. All right, so we get about 2 minutes. Sending one artistic gift in mod chat. Thank you, Greeners. Looking forward to this. Oh, it's a black hole. 2 recovery addicts. Cookies. Love Blaise too. Wow. It's a very good drawing. It's a manhole cover. Yeah. All right, we've got about 2 minutes before the judge says we're back from break, so it's going to be a quick one. If you need to get up and grab something, now is the time to do it. This is an interesting case. We've got one witness. That's really what it comes down to. We have one witness that the state is hinging, if I can use the word hinge in this case without it being a double entendre, is hinging all their horses to. And she's great. There was no problem there, but it's basically a overheard phone call with a sort of confusing conversation on the other end. That's what we have as far as evidence. Is there anything at all, anything on Blaise Taylor's phone about him trying to get drugs? Is there anything about him, wanting out of this relationship, wanting out of the parental responsibilities that are impending with the birth of this child? I'm not seeing it yet. And as good as a friend as she was, that testimony has not yet put me in the guilty camp on Blaise Taylor. There's another way to tell that story. And he called for help and called 911 and stayed with her at the hospital and didn't go back. I'm just not there. I'm not there. How are they gonna prove that? I think there has to be something, or else this case is going to be just not enough circumstantial evidence for me. We need more evidence for sure. I will say this. I am convinced thus far that Jade did not do this to herself. There's plenty of actions and behavior and evidence in the apartment that shows that she was extremely excited about being a mom, that she was devoted to making sure that the baby was healthy, and that she was every indication is that she was looking forward to giving birth and having this child. So self-harm is out. Even the accidental overdose from, hey, let's party, I think that's out as well. I think that the testimony is pretty strong that she did nothing that could be risky to her baby. And so, that's out. That means it has to be poisoning. And you've got 3 people potentially that could be suspects. You've got her best friend, you've got Key, and you've got Blaise Taylor. I don't think it came from anyone else, but that's like all I'm limited to on where this came from. So, unless she was an addict, though, I don't know. I don't see it from the testimony. Did Key testify? Didn't he testify already? We got him before Najaya, right? He was like, I barely knew this. I barely knew what was going on in this situation. Okay. Don't think you accidentally overdosed on Coke. It's so hard to overdose on it. Who is Key? Key was the best friend's boyfriend. The dentist. The dental guy. There's no motive with Key. Key is like he's almost a non-issue. He was barely there. He's like, came, we picked up dinner, we left. That was Key's side. Not boyfriend, they're friends. Okay, well, they're throwing the term friends around quite loosely here. Seeing people apparently involves sleeping with them in some cases. So I don't know if it's boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. The terminology I would have used in my day maybe is a little bit different. But he came for the free food. He was a hungry dentist in school. That's what he was. I just don't see, he's like, hey, free food, a college student, and, in dental school, I won't pass that up. Chef's going to cook us some Alfredo. Sign me up. I don't see him being like, hey, and maybe I can poison the chef while we're there. I don't see that. Get with the times. I'm so far behind. I'm not sure if there's any catching up I can do. Yes, all right. Welcome to 2026. It's free love all over again. We're back at Woodstock, huh? Back at Woodstock. That was before my time. If they picked up their food, why was the package to go food on the counter? I think the package to go food was the leftovers to go in the fridge for Jade. I think that's what it was. Where's the good old note that you pass back and forth in school? Will you go be my boyfriend, girlfriend? Check yes or no. Can we go back to those days of simplicity? Debbie says, I hope there will be some solid evidence because I'm not there yet. Yeah. Neither am I. It's awful. And I've told you, I can't get there by everyone saying, yeah, he looked guilty to me or he looked nervous. Man, I might make personal decisions based on my gut feel. If somebody looks guilty to me, I may be like, hey, I'm just not going to hang out with that person right now. I can do that. But when I'm talking about somebody else's freedom, I've got to, that level, that threshold is a little bit higher beyond reasonable doubt. I have reasonable doubt right now. All right. Nothing still out of Alaska.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Have we heard from the ME? I don't think we have. It's all the notes are digital now. They're in Snapchat. Made almost all my decisions based on how my gut is feeling at the moment. Speaking of which, I have a caviar update for you. I attempted to serve caviar, the leftover caviar, to my cats. I mean, cats like canned cat food. Here comes the jury. The cat would have nothing of it. Turned up his nose and turned his tail towards it. Was not a fan of caviar. I then attempted to serve it to the possum that lives under our deck.
She should be on
The possum would not eat the caviar. I think nature's trying to tell us something, guys. The possum ate an old chicken nugget, but not the caviar. The cat wouldn't eat the chicken nugget.
Yeah, I told the jury this, that we may go closer to one before we break or even after, depending on what witnesses, just since there's a ceremony that may need to extend the lunch hour for down the hall.
My cat eats raw eggs. He likes to eat raw eggs. I'll break him and lap him up. $10. I spent $144 on my caviar. A 1 ounce. One little tiny tin.
All right. That's up. Raise your right hand.
Let me jump back in time a little bit, so we can get better audio.
All right. Good. That's up. Raise your right hand.
There we go.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Dowell. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. Yes, my name is Nicole Dowell, Nicole.
Ms. Dowell, where are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Metro National Police Department Crime Laboratory.
Okay, how long have you been with the crime lab?
For 12 years.
What is your current assignment at the crime lab?
I'm a forensic scientist in the drug identification unit.
Okay. Can you walk the jury through your history at the crime lab and what kind of positions you've held?
Sure. I was hired in 2014 as a forensic technician, and then in 2015 I was promoted to a forensic scientist.
Okay. Can you describe your job at the crime lab?
Yes. My job is to analyze submitted evidence for the absence or presence of controlled substances.
And what kind of training have you had for your job?
I had to complete an internal training program that consisted of assigned readings, lectures, observation of senior scientists, practical exams, and a competency exam.
Okay, what's your education background?
I earned a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from Eastern Kentucky University.
And are you required to have ongoing training?
We're not required, but we do. I participate in continuing education by attending seminars and workshops in my specific discipline.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to pass the witness up. Ms. Dowell, what did I just hand you?
My CV.
Okay. Have you ever testified in court as an expert in drug ID?
Yes.
About how many times?
Approximately 8 times.
Your Honor, at this time I would like to tender Ms. Dowell as an expert in drug ID.
Okay. Or again, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Dowell will be allowed to give an expert opinion in her field that a lay witness or untrained witness would not be allowed to give. You can place such weight upon her testimony as you choose to.
Okay, no objections from the defense on the expert designation.
Yes, sir. At this time, can we mark her CV as the state's next exhibit 26?
Good. All right.
Bailiff takes her CV, becomes
Ms.
an
Dowell,
exhibit.
were you asked to review evidence relating to a Metro Nashville Police Department complaint number ending in 0532?
Yes.
Okay. Does the crime lab assign unique lab case numbers to all the evidence it receives?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and what was that crime lab number associated with that complaint number I just gave you?
Do you have the report?
Did you create a report in this case?
Yes, I did. Thank you. The crime lab number is CL-23-001060.
And what type of evidence did you receive from the police department for this case?
I received drinking glasses, empty bottles, and liquid residues and liquid.
And what do you do when you receive evidence from the police department?
When I receive the evidence from my evidence receiving unit, I take it back to the unit, I photograph the evidence, then I open, inventory the contents, collect weights, sample, and then start performing my testing.
Ms. Howell, where is the crime lab located?
It's located in Madison Precinct on the second floor.
Governor, at this time, I would like to show her state's exhibits 17 through 24.
Okay. All right, we've got all of these.
I'm going to boost her volume a little bit here.
Ms. Dowell, if you could just look at all of the pieces of evidence Mr. Evans is going to hand you and say whether or not you reviewed this evidence.
Okay. This is submission 008, and yes, I did test this evidence.
Okay, what is that?
This is a clear drinking glass, and I can tell that I tested the evidence because of the evidence tape and my initials and the date.
Fortunately, the ASMR is really loud now.
This is submission 007, also a clear drinking glass. And again, I have to see the crime lab tape with my initials and the date on it, so I did test this evidence. This is submission 006. Inside the paper bag were 2 empty bottles. I also can see the yellow crime lab tape and my initials and date indicating I tested this item. These are submissions 003, 004, and 005. They are amounts of liquid said to be removed from drinking containers. I can tell that I tested them because, again, the yellow crime lab tape, and they have my initials and date on them.
Ms. Dowell, 009 and 010, the comforter and the washcloth, did you test those pieces of evidence in the crime lab?
No.
And why is that?
Because it was suspected to contain biological material, and we do not test biological material in the drug identification unit.
Okay, what do you do with that type of evidence?
It is outsourced to a third-party laboratory.
And is NMS lab something the crime lab routinely sends evidence to?
Yes.
And was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
For that blue comforter and the yellow washcloth?
Yes.
And Ms. Dowell, were these pieces of evidence given to you in a sealed condition?
Yes, they were.
Okay, would you accept them if they were not sealed?
I would make it, if they were not sealed, a note would be made in my case file and it would be included on the report.
How is property stored at the crime lab?
When it's received into the crime lab, it's stored in the evidence receiving unit in one of their vaults until an analyst has been assigned. And then once the scientist or analyst is assigned the case, they notify evidence receiving unit that they'd like to pick up the evidence. Then custody is transferred to the scientist, and they will take the evidence back to their specific unit, so drug identification unit in my case, and then it will be stored in the drug identification vault, inside of my personal storage locker until I'm ready to perform the analysis.
And Ms. Dowell, you are not an expert in toxicology, is that correct?
That's correct.
As part of generating your report in this case, does the report contain weight and the results of your testing?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you walk the jury through what type of testing you did for the pieces of evidence you tested?
Yes. So 2 tests are required in the drug identification unit. Both of the tests that I performed on each piece of evidence involved a technique called chromatography. Chromatography allows you to separate components of a mixture. To do that, you employ a stationary phase and a mobile phase. The stationary phase remains still throughout the whole testing process, while the mobile phase, which is typically a gas or a liquid, flows over the stationary phase. Thin layer chromatography is a preliminary test that was used in this case. A glass plate coated with silica is the stationary phase. The sample is then spotted onto the plate along with a solution containing known drug standards. That plate is then placed in a solvent system. As the solvent rises vertically up the plate, separation occurs. This happens because some of the components of the mixture react differently or more strongly to the silica. So if they react more strongly to the silica, they will not travel as far up the plate. If they don't react as strongly, they will travel further. Once the solvent reaches the top of the plate, it is removed and placed in a visualization tank containing iodine. Iodine vapor allows us to visualize those spots. And then we can compare the unknown sample spots to the known sample spots, standard spots, The confirmatory test used in this case is called gas chromatography mass spectrometry.
She has this memorized.
It is 2 separate instruments that are combined together. The gas chromatograph, again, allows for separation of components in a mixture. So in this case, the sample is injected into the instrument where it is vaporized. So it's now in a gaseous phase. It flows through a column, and that column has an internal coating, which is the stationary phase in this case. So a column, you can think of it like a long, thin straw. So if the inside of the straw is where the coating is. The mobile phase, in this case, is helium. It flows through the column and helps the components, it helps the components of the mixture travel through the column. Again, it depends on how strongly each component reacts to that column coating, how long it will take to travel through the column. Once it travels through the column, it enters into the mass spectrometer, where it is then bombarded with electrons, and it fragments. That fragmentation pattern is unique, and we can compare that to known drug standards.
And can you tell the jury what the screening method is?
Yes, so the screening method is what we use on the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer. It allows for us to screen for a wide variety of controlled substances.
Okay, and is cocaine one of those substances that it would screen for?
Yes.
And that was done in all the pieces of evidence other than the comforter and the washcloth?
Yes.
And Ms. Dowell, were you able to detect any sort of substance in all of the pieces of evidence you examined?
I didn't detect any controlled substances in any of the items I tested.
Your Honor, if you'll give me 1 minute.
Okay.
Ms. Dowell, can you walk the jury through if any type of evidence would have been rinsed out or anything like that, if substances would have been picked up?
Yes, so there was a clear drinking glass that didn't appear to have any residue. There was no visible residue or contents. Those glasses were rinsed with methanol, so if there was some type of residue that I couldn't see visibly, I would extract it with the methanol.
Okay, and if these pieces of evidence had been rinsed out prior to the crime lab, would substances, is it likely substances would have popped up?
If they had been rinsed prior to coming into my possession?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't really speak to what happens to it before it comes into my possession.
So my question might have been confusing. Not something that you did or rinsed out, but if someone prior to you, not with Metro PD, would have rinsed it out with warm water, so anything like that, are these results consistent with that?
Potentially, if the glass contained some kind of controlled substance and it was washed with water, that could remove some of that controlled substance, yes.
And what else could remove controlled substances from any sort of drinking glass?
I mean, if it's a physical amount of solid material, you could just pour that amount out. It just depends on what it is and how much of it is there.
And you testified previously that the drinking glass did not look like it had anything in it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And out of the liquids, you have a red liquid, a light pink liquid, and a clear liquid. There was no substances found in that either. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those were from the actual bottles, correct? You tested the bottles?
Yes, I tested both, the bottles and the liquid.
And nothing was in either bottle, the drinking glasses, or the liquid?
Correct.
Were there fingerprints,
Your Honor,
DNA,
I
anything?
Ms. Dowell's report as the state next exhibit 27.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me.
So it doesn't seem reasonable that she drinks this fast-acting poison, massive cocaine overdose, notices it tastes bad, starts getting affected by the drugs right away, and then goes and washes the dishes, but leaves them out.
Ms. Dowell, if you were not provided with the item or the drinking glass that was used, your testing would not be helpful, is that correct? With this controlled substance in it? It would not have been detected?
If I was not provided with the drinking glass?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand the question.
If a drinking glass had contained a controlled substance, but you were not provided with that drinking glass, your testing on the other two would not have been helpful, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if the controlled substance had been in the clear drinking glasses, the two you were provided with, that had been rinsed out with water, warm water, cold water, soapy water, it would have removed, it is possible and highly likely that it would have removed that controlled substance.
Yes.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. She's answered. Any other questions?
Didn't object fast enough. We'll let
No,
it in.
sir. That's the state's.
All right, question on behalf of Mr. Taylor.
Yes, May I see what Exhibit 27 please?
Good morning, Ms. Dowell.
Good morning.
So you're only testing stuff that you're given, right?
Correct.
You don't really make any sort of investigative decisions about what's tested and what isn't tested, right?
I don't make any investigative decisions as far as what is submitted to the laboratory.
Sure. So things are submitted to you and you test what's submitted, right?
Correct.
May I publish Exhibit 27 to Ms. Powell? And this is your report that has been admitted as Exhibit 27. Can you identify it?
Yes, can you scroll to the last page where my signature is, please?
Oh yeah, sure. That's your signature there?
Yes.
At the front of this report, it says the submitting officer is Adam Reese. Is that right?
Yes.
So he's the one who submitted the items to you?
No, he's the one that submitted the Form 282 or the forensic services request to our evidence receiving unit.
Oh, so he makes the request as to what gets tested?
In this instance, yes.
Okay. I noticed on here, items 7 and 8, there's a clear drinking glass, item 7, right?
Yes.
And then item 8 is identified as a clear drinking glass with light pink residue. Is that kind of your description of it there?
Yes, that's my description.
Is that something where you described a process where you kind of do a rinse?
Correct.
Is that a process where you would do the rinse in that glass?
Yes.
And then you would test whatever comes out of the rinse to determine if there's controlled substances?
Yes.
And in this situation, there were no controlled substances found in any of this, right?
That's correct.
And there were some questions asked by the state. Isn't it possible that some of these glasses were washed and maybe that's why you didn't find anything? That's kind of what was asked, right?
Yes.
Is it also possible that there were never any drugs in these glasses?
Yes, that's a possibility.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
All right.
Who's the next one?
The next witness is Detective Tom Miller. He is going to be a bit lengthy, and there are some things that I need to show to defense counsel prior to him testifying.
I thought we were doing 1 o'clock lunch.
Okay. Is there someone else to call?
The next person is Dr. Carney, who is the expert, and he has to testify before her. So no.
What do they not have?
Well, from yesterday's testimony, there were some additional exhibits that were added to his testimony, so I need to show them to them before we put them up. That's true.
Okay, I need to proceed on, so if you have a witness, we can call anybody else other than 2.
I could call him and establish his qualifications, and then I could break after that. That would be helpful.
Do y'all know what she's talking about as far as the other exhibits you don't have?
Generally, I have not seen it.
Can you give them to them and see if they need a break?
Yeah, I just got them.
I just got delivered right now, straight off the copy machine. Judge is frustrated because he already told him this morning that he told the jury they're going to break at 1 o'clock, which is in about 40 minutes, Tennessee time. And now the state is not ready to proceed. We're in Central Time Zone, Tennessee.
Let me ask this, maybe somebody else. Are we down to 2 witnesses? Okay, is there someone else to call other than those 2?
We have multiple experts as our next witnesses, and there's a sequence to them. I'm prepared to call Detective Miller. I just need a few minutes with Mr. Brand.
Okay, what's a few? You've had a few, so what else? Do you have an objection to something?
I feel like we need 15 minutes because he does have an objection and he wants me to change something, which I'm more than happy to do it, but it's going to take me about 15 minutes.
Judge isn't happy.
So there's no other civilian witnesses that you plan on calling?
I do, but again, I need the other 2 people to testify first.
So we can admit evidence, so you can ask the next witnesses about that evidence. The judge is not happy at all.
All right, let's go. The jury will step down the hall for 12 minutes.
For 12 minutes. Look at that grumpy face. 12 minutes.
What is it that the state's wanting to introduce that the Fitz hasn't had access to?
There were a couple of messages and artifacts from Jason's phone that were added based off of witness testimony yesterday that happened very late last night. I have had people working on it last night and this morning to get everything updated. I just
Checks like from October, November 2022.
There are messages from multiple different time periods. He has
But
had
they didn't have the download.
He has had it. I am showing him what I am planning to publish, and he has a couple of objections that I can easily change.
It's just commentary on the exhibits. That's all we're talking about.
Commentary. Okay. We'll be back in a few minutes.
You're down to 9 minutes, says the judge as he steps off the bench. You better be quick. Oh, okay, so we're...
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
110 years ago is when we started, exactly. 110 years ago today. The jury up in Alaska has now deliberated for about 5 hours, with 4.5 hours yesterday and about half an hour today. They've gone straight back into deliberations, which means we have not gone live yet on Top Mark Media, and that's why, because we don't have anything to show you yet. This is all we have. It's just a loading screen for the Alaska court system live stream.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
Although it does have a big, bold, red heading that says photographing, filming, recording, or streaming of court proceeding, and it has all sort of prohibitations about that. We are allowed. We are approved. So as soon as that trial goes live, which is I sort of have to just
multiple hats, sir.
I have to keep refreshing constantly and checking a couple different sources. As soon as it goes live, we'll bring it to you on the Top Mark Media side. We were expecting a quick verdict in that one, and it's 5 hours is not as quick as I was expecting. So let's see.
It's bigger than you.
Alaska jury is baffling me. So much evidence to convict. Yeah, you've basically got a defendant who gets blackout drunk.
To have court. Don't raise your voice again.
Wife is shot in their bedroom, in their bed. Then he goes and checks out all the naughty sites on the web, and then panics, throws her body in a trash can, hides it, and then reports her missing and helps in the search. Yeah, it seems like it's an open and shut case. But and there's like no remorse, zero remorse in that one. All right, remember to tell us about the people going into the apartment on this. This is a great time for that. Thank you, Sloth Life. The friends and family that went into the apartment, into Jade's apartment, and just going in is a problem, because the jury can choose whether or not to believe that, oh, we didn't touch anything, right? These are not law enforcement. These are not trained crime scene investigators. They just went in, and that could have stirred stuff around. It could have moved DNA. DNA transfer DNA can move like that. Like, oh, we were really good. We wore gloves. Didn't touch anything. Well, one of them moved a camera from where it was in the bedroom, sort of turned outside the window looking at the balcony, back to the kitchen, and closed the blinds. And the other grabbed the comforter that the victim was found on when the paramedics arrived, and bagged it, tagged it, and stuck it in the trunk of the car. For a couple days. And unknowingly also managed to grab and wrap up in that same bag a washcloth, a yellow washcloth, but she didn't know it was included in the comforter. So them doing that introduces a potential for contamination, a potential for an unknown event to happen with this evidence. Unknown substances may have been deposited on that blanket when they just used whatever gloves they had found at the hospital, assuming they were still sterile. They took the gloves from the hospital, put them on in their pockets or in their purse, wherever it could have touched something there, then put them on at the crime scene, and bagged it in a garbage bag that they found. You know, the garbage bag might be one of those scented varieties that has also, chemicals and things in those. There's just all sorts of problems with what happened. And it doesn't ruin it. Like, it doesn't mean that, this should not come in, but it means that defense gets to have their heyday with this, saying, you have no idea what happened to this comforter. You have no idea. Unless you can see it in the picture before it was taken by body camera or something, and say it was there before, some of this could be added by the family who might be trying to frame him. They can argue that, and prosecution just has to go, well, it could have, but we don't think it did. So they're left with the prosecution. Greeners, I'm not going to go down there. They're left with one witness who is a good witness who heard something that was, quite accusatory in nature, but that's all we have is her word of what happened. And that's tough. That's tough because the defense is saying, well, she also could be the one who did it. She would have even motive then at that point to point the finger of blame at my client. If she's the one that did it, she was there. She may have poisoned him and left. Maybe she, they could throw out a crazy story saying she didn't want their friendship to change when, she knew that if, Jade had this baby, then everything would be different between them. They can go there, and they can argue that. All right. This may be a judgment of acquittal. Oh, that would be spicy. So far, the case is a nothing burger. This judge will never do a JOA. I don't think he will either. This is Canton, Tennessee. What would they frame him with? They don't know about the coke in her system at that point. All they know is that she thinks something was in her glass, right? Allegedly. The 9 minutes should be up. To be honest, the state seems only to have this one witness with the family detective efforts. Joe, this does seem to me like this is going to be a case where those who are seeking justice for Jade and her unborn child, Jem, was it Jem or Ivy? Ivy Blair is what she was going with. Jem was a previous name. There might be a lot of frustration. They can argue it, but the friends didn't know anything yet. 44, they can argue. I don't think they knew about the cocaine. Nobody knew about what was in her system until after the reports came back from the hospital, right? Or the ME, one of the two. I forget where those reports came from. But in his defense, he called 911. He called his dad. What we heard on the phone, "You're scaring me." He could honestly have been scared. He could have been panicking at that same moment, going, "What is going on? I don't know what's happening." Called dad first. Yeah, that's a little weird, especially when they talked about calling 911. There'll be a witness to Blaise attempting to access morning after pills to slip to another girlfriend. That's going to be the strongest evidence, surely, if we can get to it. If we can get there, because it might be a 403 issue. It might be prejudicial more than probative. I don't know if we're going to... I think, was that with Amber? Who was Amber? What was the girl's name? Started with an A. The previous girlfriend. Did dad testify? Who's dad? The baby's dad? He was on the phone when the cop was interviewing him. Yeah, he should have hung up. It was Apple, not Amber. Okay, Apple. There's too much happening for me, none of it concrete enough for me to say guilty. I think he did it, but not with a reasonable doubt. No one's dad's been on the stand. I think we just got mom. How long of a break have we been in? I've only been following intermittently, but this is interesting. This is an interesting case. This is a whodunit. It's sad. It's tragic. The ex is named Apple. We've been on a break for about 9 minutes, which is all the judge has left as far as patience goes. He wanted to take a lunch at 2 o'clock. Now we're going to get half an hour of the witness, then a lunch, and then go on. 1 minute, 3 seconds left of break. Let's see how timely the judge is when he comes back. Why did she say Key, though? That's weird to me that she mentioned him. The friend thought she was saying Key while she was speaking sort of incoherently. And Key was the nickname for the short name for the friend's friend who was there over for dinner. Keontae Jones. Does seem odd she mentioned him. He didn't know her very well. Maybe she thought he had a key to her apartment in his pocket. Maybe she was talking about what he was taking out of his pockets and he had his keys in there. I don't know. Vibe, this would be interesting to hear. Obviously, the grand juries are usually sealed until a certain point in the trial, usually like at the end, but or once the arrest affidavit has gone public. Depends on the state. But time's up. But oftentimes, what's presented to the grand jury is very, very different than what we hear in court. Okay, time's up. Better be done. Judge is not having it.
I don't know, to get through Officer Miller's testimony. I don't know what all he's going to cast, obviously, but go to maybe like 115 and then break.
Okay, so we have about 40 minutes of testimony before lunch.
When we get to that. That I will try to.
Yeah, but you must try to pick a time that makes sense before you get into something else.
Thank you.
Make good computers, but they're a little expensive. You can't go wrong with them. There are cheaper options, though.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, so help you God?
This orange tie with a tie clip.
Detective Miller, could you please state your full name for the record?
Thomas Miller,
And Detective Miller, where are you currently employed?
with the Metro Nashville Police Department.
And what is your current position with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
I am assigned to the Surveillance and Investigative Support Unit.
And what does the Surveillance and Investigative Support Unit do with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
Our primary role, or my primary role within that unit, is digital forensics. So I'm tasked with extracting or imaging data that resides within digital evidence, then processing that, analyzing that, and providing that information to the investigator of that crime.
And does that include analyzing cell phones?
Yes.
Is that kind of a primary focus of your day-to-day
That is yes. That's a majority of the type of evidence that we receive in our computer lab, our digital forensic lab.
And how long have you been in that position with the police department?
3.5 years.
And prior to being at SISU, what did you do before that?
I started in patrol, as all police officers do. After a few years, I became an adjunct firearms instructor for our academy, where I taught firearms and tactics on a temporary basis, just while we had trainees in the academy, and actually learning there in the academy. I would be assigned out there temporarily during their firearms portion and help instruct that. Then in 2019, I was assigned out there full-time, where I was our department's lead firearms instructor for a period, and then I was assigned to our armory, where I was in charge of issuing, maintaining, and repairing all the different types of firearms that we have and issue to our officers.
So you have a varied background. Can you describe specifically your training in digital forensics?
Yes, so it's a constantly evolving world, digital forensics. You guys all have cell phones, so we know that new cell phones come out on the market all the time, and then on top of that, it seems like we're getting a new update for our phones every week, a couple times a month. With every new make and model, with every new operating system, there's new bits and pieces for us to learn as investigators. So you're really a constant student is the best way I can describe it, is that things evolve so much and so quickly that we're constantly having to learn. I've had over 300 hours of coursework material and instruction. I've also had
3 years of working with tenured experts in this same field that oftentimes I would argue is better than in-classroom instruction, because you have just one-on-one education, people that have been doing it for years and decades. So that's kind of a bird's eye view of my education in this field.
Do you have actual certifications in digital forensics?
Yes, I have a number of them.
And I guess, can you estimate how many, did you train with other experts in digital forensics kind of at the beginning of you getting involved?
I did, yes.
And approximately how many devices have you analyzed?
Hundreds. It's hard to put an exact number. Approximately 1,000 devices come through our lab every year. And me being there for about 3.5 years, you're looking at roughly 3,000 to 3,500 devices. By no means have I put my hands on every one of those, but on a vast majority of those, I have assisted in some way in their processing.
And are there other people in the SISU lab that also analyze digital devices?
Yes.
Have you previously testified as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes, I have.
And how many times have you testified?
11.
Your Honor, at this time, I would proffer Detective Tom Miller as an expert in digital forensics.
Okay. Okay.
The Alaska court just went live with a placeholder.
Be allowed to give his expert opinion in digital forensics that a lay witness is not be allowed to give, and you can place such testimony, such weight upon his testimony as you choose. All right.
Detective Miller, I'm going to ask that you be handed an item. Do you recognize the item that was just handed to you?
I do.
And what is that item?
This is Jade Benning's cell phone.
And can you describe how did you become involved in this investigation, and was that device, I guess, one of the initial pieces of evidence that you analyzed?
Yes. So the process of which we receive evidence in our lab, when investigators collect them from either crime scenes or from individuals that they're interviewing, there's a number of ways that they can turn them into us. One of which being a series of lockers that have charging ports inside of them, and they can insert the phone into the locker, plug it up, make sure that it's charging, lock the phone up inside of that locker with a chain of custody form and the appropriate paperwork. Typically those phones reside in that locker until we receive some sort of legal process to then extract information from those devices. So whether that's a search warrant or a signed consent form or something giving us legal authority to do it. So it normally sits there until we receive all of that paperwork, and then we bring it into the lab, and that's when we start working on it. If we're there in the lab at that time when the detective is wanting to turn it in, there's often times where they'll just knock on the door. We'll go and just receive that from them directly and bring it directly into the lab.
And did you analyze that phone in that same manner?
Yes.
And you were talking about the fact that you have to have a legal process. Did you actually run more than one extraction on that device?
We only ran one singular extraction on this device.
And can you describe what an extraction is?
Yes. So simplest way to describe it is it's ultimately a copy of the information that's on the phone. We have a number of pieces of hardware and software that have exploits that can break into phones, but also when you have the password, it makes things a lot easier, a little bit faster. So those tools will then remove the data, well, not remove it, but they will copy out the information. They aren't removing anything from the device, but they the tools will then extract the information from that device and then place it onto a computer, which then we plug into software that then processes it. Because if we looked at the data that came directly out of the phone, it's databases, and it's really ugly and hard to ingest. When we process it with our software, it makes it much easier for us to examine them, because it ultimately puts it into a form that's very similar to what you would be seeing on your own phone that we're all familiar with. So the software really helps out a lot with that.
The first time you did the extraction, once you have the extraction, what do you do with it?
That extraction then moves to our server from the tools that extract the data from the phone. That information or that data that is copied out from the phone is then entered into the software that I was just describing. That software processes it and then sorts it out basically and separates it into different folders and organizational systems to make it a little bit easier again for us to digest. Then it will then take the information that we give it from, say, the search warrant that might have a time frame. Typically, the entire device is not necessary for a crime that occurred on a specific day. So maybe months leading up to it. All investigations are going to be a little bit different, but many search warrants have a time frame. So when we input that into our software, it cuts out all the extra noise. So everything before and after that time frame is then just kind of set aside, and only that information within the time frame is then placed into the software for us to give to detectives.
And did you go through that process more than once for this particular device?
We did, yes.
And what was the, I guess, longest time frame that you used?
The longest time frame in the end would be from January 1st, 2022 to, I believe it was a day after the incident, February 26th, if I'm not mistaken.
And can you describe how much data was included in that time frame of approximately 13 months?
Forgive me, I can't speak to the exact number of gigabytes that were in the final copy. I know that the device itself had 127-ish gigabytes on it, but that may not sound like a lot, but when it's decompressed and then it's placed one piece of information on one sheet of paper, we're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of pieces of paper to display all the information within inside of that device.
And have you taken certain portions of the evidence and artifacts from that extraction to put into a presentation for trial this week?
Yes.
Is this presentation indicative of everything on the phone?
Absolutely not.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the witness be passed a multi-page document. I think it's approximately 121 pages, and a disc. This has all been shown to defense counsel, who does not have an objection.
Okay. Petey, do you want him to have them?
I would like for him to look at it, yes,
Okay.
Your Honor, just to identify it. If I could move the iPhone into evidence as the next Detective Miller, do you recognize kind of the content of that document?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that you retain it, and then it will be entered as an exempt exhibit, which I believe would be 29. And the disc, I guess, can you describe, are there 3 video files within this presentation?
Yes, 3 slides have a video that are going to play for us.
Your Honor, I have his report in a digital format, if I may publish that to the jury.
Okay.
We don't have a feed from Alaska yet. We're still waiting. I was hoping we did, but it's the wrong
Miller,
case.
First page of that report, can you describe what we're seeing?
Yes, so this is a consolidated page where I've taken information obtained from numerous different locations, but it's all pertaining to Ms. Benning's device.
And does it have kind of information about her user accounts as well as her phone number?
Yes, so there's a number of pieces of information that would be assigned by the cell phone or cell service provider, such as the cell phone number that would be down there towards the bottom. But a number of these pieces of information are actually provided by the user or the owner of the device, such as the name, the device's name, email addresses, things like that that are associated with different accounts that are, or applications that are set up on the phone.
And this is the second page. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is a progress report from one of the tools that extracts data from the devices. This is just pointing out, referencing the portions of information that would have been added by the owner or user of the device, and again, the phone number for the device. Again, you can also see the suggested or the estimated partition size of the device, which is 129 gigs. It ended up being 127, but it's suggested or an estimated size of the device. And it goes on to explain a number of other things as it pertains to the phone that the user would have had zero input from, the serial number, other numbers that are associated with the phone as well.
And page 3, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, so again, this is user or owner input information. So the owner or user would have placed their photograph inside of their contact information, their name. They would have placed their address inside there as well. The interesting thing to note here is that significant locations, Apple has an algorithm that actually decides what your significant locations are. So she didn't even have to put that in, but the iPhone suggested that that was most likely her phone because of a number of different reasons. But just an interesting note there.
And is that one of the things that you're looking for, is kind of user activity on a particular device?
Absolutely, yeah. These are some of the first things I look at on any device to try to identify the user and or owner of any device. So these are definitely very, very first steps.
And this next page, which is number 4, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a consolidated list of text messages that occurred between Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor for the final day of her life.
And are these a consolidation of messages from the evening of 2/24/23 through 2/25/23 at 6:55 p.m.?
Yes, and I know I did just say that it was from the final day of her life on the 25th of February. The reason the two at the very top are listing as the 24th is because they were either read or reacted to on the 25th. So that's why those are there, because there are still portions of that conversation still existing on the 25th. That's why you'll still see that date up there at the top.
And this is page 5. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is a series of texts. I believe this is just a different portrayal of what we just looked at. So just like you would look at on your own phone, all the conversation that you would be submitting, all the text that you would be submitting in the conversation, they'll be residing on the right side of the screen, or at least extending from the right side of the screen, and those responding to you or who you're talking with is going to be extending from the left side of the screen. So very similar to what we're all used to, and this is one of the reasons the tools that we use are so helpful, just for everybody to understand a little bit better.
And for the record, can you read out the first message, who it's from, the content, and the date and time?
Yes, so anything submitted from Ms. Benning's device is actually going to be referred to as local user, and then it's going to have in kind of parentheses there the type and make and model of her device that she had, which was an iPhone 13 Pro Max. It was sent on, this first message was sent on 2/25/23 at 12:26 p.m. And it states also, will you be free around 7?
And this next page, which is 6, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a piece of location information that we located inside the device. It was where her phone actually stored her parking location when she parked at a Walmart as she was on her way home from work.
And that was at 4:05:48 p.m., is that correct?
Correct, yes.
I'm going to go back to slide 5. Is that kind of
There's
that
Walmart.
time frame of the last text message that she received from Mr. Blaise Taylor?
Correct, yes.
And this next page, which is number 7, can you describe what's shown here?
Again, it's a series of texts between Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor, spanning from 4:27 p.m. to 6 p.m., or around 6 p.m., I'm sorry, 6:03.
And the next image, which is page 8.
Again, it's another piece of location information that we located on the phone, showing that she had arrived home and parked her car there at her residence at 4:38 p.m. on 2/25/23.
And the next image, which is page 9.
This is where we start going into a timeline, and it's not necessarily a step-by-step-by-step timeline. So we're not showing every single thing that occurred in her phone, because if we really showed that, we'd be here all day. Because a lot of things happen under the hood, and when we're looking at it, we're looking at more of what she was doing on the phone, what she was using, or what application she was using, who she was conversing with, and things of that nature. So this is kind of a bird's eye view of what she was doing at her apartment with her device for that evening, starting at around 6 p.m.
And she receives a text message at 6:02 p.m. from Jerry's Porter, and then she sends a text message at 6:03. Can you read out the content and the date and time of that message?
Of the 6:03 message?
Yes.
Okay. It says, "Let me know whenever you are headed this way."
And the next image, which is page 10. Can you describe what's shown here?
Again, we're continuing on, and it's not going to be a minute by minute, just because we aren't necessarily doing something on our phone all the time, or at least most of us aren't. At 6:08, she received an email from one of her subscribed email groups that is subject is titled "Your Pregnancy, Week 23, Day 5." Then she receives a text from Mr. Taylor at 6:26 p.m. That states "okay," and then receives another text from Darius Porter at 6:43.
Next image, which is page 11. Can you describe what's shown here?
This is a post that Miss Benning posted to Instagram. Appears to be a picture of what she was cooking that evening, with a phrase that she placed on top of the photograph saying, "If you know, you know."
And can you describe the artifact information and what the created date and time, as well as last access, last modified date and time, kind of what that means?
Yes. So depending on the application that was utilized to take a photograph, because we know that we can take a photograph with the typical camera application on our device, but many social media applications access the same camera tool, but you're actually taking that photograph with another application, if that makes sense. So when that's done, there's a number of things that certain applications will hold on to with that picture, and it will say it was taken on this date. Sometimes it'll say the location the picture was taken. Sometimes it'll say if the photograph was edited, so on and so forth. Number of different things that different applications hold on to. Typically, social media applications scrub a lot of your personal information to protect you as the user. So it doesn't have location information typically. So you're not posting that kind of stuff to the world where somebody viewing it can say, "Oh, she's at home," or "He's at home right now," or "He's at work." So it's a security feature that the social media applications have. Ultimately, photograph was taken at 6:10 p.m. When it's last modified, that could be when she posted it, that could be when she edited it, if I could speak, I'm sorry. And those also could have been done at the exact same time, that as she was looking at the photograph that she just took with the application, she edited it and then posted it right after. So difficult to say exactly, but it's something along those lines.
And the next image, which is page, sorry, I need to go back. So we were just on 11, and so this next one is page 12. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a series of messages from Instagram.
And can you kind of
separate out the content of them as well as the time?
Yes, so from Jade Tristan, which is Jade Benning's handle on on Instagram, that's her username, or what other people would see her as if they're looking at her page. She states chicken spaghetti at 6:17 p.m. on February 25th. States looks good just moments later. And then at 6:19, Bridget Burks liked the message and then said, "Are you making Alfredo at work or are you off?" at 6:19:34. And then Jade responds, "I'm off tonight."
And this next image, which is page 13, can you describe what this is?
This is another post from Instagram that is posted with someone has written on there, "Guess what I'm making?" And it's in reference to the messages we just saw there.
And the time of this created, can you describe that?
Yeah, so created is going to be 6:16:44 p.m. And again, last accessed or modified is at 6:16:49.
And can you describe, is there data within this artifact where you were able to tell if this was something created by Jade Benning or created by Bridget Burks?
So it's difficult when some applications require internet connection and communication with that application's servers wherever they reside. When we have a device in our lab, we are disconnecting them from the outside world to preserve the data ultimately. So whether that's putting them in airplane mode or taking the SIM card out or a number of different ways, we are disconnecting them from the internet. So there's a number of things that are stored only on the servers for social media applications. There are some things that are stored on the device. They don't always coincide with each other. So when we disconnect them from the internet, there's a lot of things that we lose the ability to see, I guess, is the best way to explain it. So without serving Instagram or Facebook or Snapchat or whoever the social media service is, without serving them with some sort of search warrant and then providing us information that's on their server, we're limited to what's only on the device.
Did you have additional information outside of the artifact information and the extraction from Detective Breeze about this particular photo?
About this photo, yes.
And what was that information?
That it was submitted, that it was posted by Jade's mother.
And the next image, which is page 14.
So this is a series of Snapchat messages that were sent by Jade to a series of individuals starting at 6:44 p.m. Well, I'm sorry, they were all logged at 6:44 p.m. She sent 3 messages via Snapchat to the listed individuals there.
And can you explain Snapchat messages as it relates to finding artifacts on a mobile device? Is that something that is consistent, or how does that work?
It's very haphazard. It depends on user settings. It depends on how quickly we get a device after the conversation occurred. It depends on how many people were involved in the conversation. And again, this is another one of those applications like I was just referring to. It requires internet information or internet access for it to function to its fullest capability. So again, we're limited to what we see on the device itself.
And so, depending on settings, there can be additional Snapchat messages that you wouldn't find on the device. Is that correct?
Correct. Snapchat inherently is kind of designed as a security-based messaging system that if one-on-one you're having a conversation with somebody, those messages evaporate fairly quickly. When you start adding people to the conversation, those numbers change slightly, but ultimately they're designed to evaporate.
And if you're looking at a particular time frame and user activity, are there other databases within the extraction that you can look at user activity so that you can see if they were accessing the app? You might not be able to see what is happening within that app, but you could tell if they accessed it.
Yes, absolutely. There's a number of different databases. Well, ultimately, iPhones are running off of a series of databases. That's it. If you really boil it down, that's every application is its own database. If you look at an iPhone and their extractions, there are certain databases that Apple has created to monitor the use of the devices that are out there in the world. Apple does this for selfish reasons. They like to learn what we're doing as users, but they also are using that information to make better software, to make better hardware, and things of that nature. So a lot of those databases have a lot of good information that we will use in investigations. The other good thing is that none of those databases can be altered by the user. Some can be altered by the user, but not these databases that I'm referring to.
And the next image, which is page 14, can you describe what, I'm sorry, 15, can you describe what is shown here?
Yes, so this is referring to a series of photographs that was taken with Jade's device over about a 1 minute period, and it's of the table that she set with the crafts and things that she was also planning on utilizing for the evening. So it's just kind of a pre-event photograph, I guess is a good way to explain it.
And does this photograph include what appears to be some type of Alfredo?
Yes.
As well as rolls?
Yes.
And can you just give the first image what the created date and time is, as well as the last one in that set?
Yes, the created date and time on the very first photograph was on February 25th, 23 at 6:47:26. And the last one is same date at 6:48:07.
And the first image is labeled file name img_3406.jpg. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this next image, which is page 16, can you describe what's shown here?
It's just a higher resolution version of the one we just looked at.
And this next image, which is page 17, can you describe what is shown?
So, as I was referring to earlier, depending on the application that takes the photograph, a ton of information can be stored within that information. We have a created date, we have the size of the actual image itself, original width and height, so if it's ever modified or cropped out, we can see if it is smaller. In fact, we can see that it was larger and there might be something more that we need to look for. This one has location information as well, which indicates that the photograph was taken at Jade's apartment, along with the make and model of the device that it was taken. Just lots and lots of information that's stored just for that one photograph.
And this next image, which is page 18, can you describe what's shown here?
Again, ultimately a wider angle view of what we just looked at. So kind of taking a picture of the entire countertop there, or island that has, again, all the arts and crafts and the dinner that Jade has prepared for the evening.
And this is the image that ends in 3407.
Correct, yes.
And the next image, which is page 19, can you describe what's shown here?
Moments later, another photograph labeled IMG_3408 is, again, just from a slightly different angle, but ultimately a very, very similar photograph to the last.
And the next image, which is page 20.
Again, moments later, this one ending in 3409 from the opposite end of the countertop, but ultimately the same photograph.
And the next image, which is page 21.
Ending in 3410.jpg, basically the same picture again, just a whole series of them.
And this next image, which is page 22.
So this is one of those photographs being shared with an individual saved in her contact list as B. This was sent at 6:48:26 p.m.
And can you explain what the, I guess, kind of object is under the message column for that communication with B?
Oh, under the additional detail, yes. So the software is only as good as it understands what Apple operating system is, how it's reading it. So as any software exists in the world, there's constantly updates, things are altered slightly, databases are altered slightly. At this time, so that being said, there's constant cat and mouse games of our software and our hardware being able to catch up and do and understand everything that iPhone is currently running at that time. So it's always a cat and mouse game. At this point in time, our software was not able to provide an exact sample image or a preview of that image that was sent in the message. So it shows that an object was sent with just a very basic icon saying an object was sent in this message. Looking at the artifact information for the message itself, again, it says an object just there to the right of the word message. But if we go down a little bit lower and look at the attachment path, and if we follow that all the way to the very end, you'll see that there's a title of the image that was actually sent. If you search for that title, then you can reference back to what was actually sent, which is how we identify the photograph that was sent in that message.
And the next image, which is page 23.
Between 651 and 655, a few text messages are shared between Blaise and Jade. Mr. Taylor, I'm
sorry, can you describe the content of the messages?
yes, on 2/25/23 at 6:51, a message was sent to Jade from Blaise that states "on my way," and roughly 4 minutes later, Jade loved that image or hearted that image, or that message.
And what else is included on this page 23?
At 6:55 p.m., Jarius Porter received a message from Jade.
And is it received or sent? Oh, she said
Yeah. I'm sorry. I said that in a confusing way, but she submitted a text to him. She sent it to him.
And the next page, which is 24.
I'm sorry. So this is a phone call that was an incoming call to Jade's phone from Mr. Taylor's device.
And can you give the date and time?
It was at February 25th, 23 at 6:59:49 p.m.
And what was the call duration?
It was 10 seconds.
I'm at somewhat of a stopping point if it is time for the board.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you going a little further. I think the court staff told you about an event that the court needs to go to just briefly down the hallway, and that will be also during the time you break for lunch. So remember what I said about not discussing the case, forming any opinion about it, or other admonitions. We'll get back here, just say around 2:20, 25, something like that. You'll step down the hallway.
Got about an hour break ahead of us. The Alaska court website crashed. I'm getting a 502 bad gateway error. Let's see if I can access it from another device without going over my network.
Okay, just give you all additional time too, when it's break till 2:30. That work? Okay.
All right, we're going to go to lunch as well. Let me tell you the updates. Kathy Russin from Law and Crime put out an update today regarding the upcoming Murdaugh trial, which we've had some interest in. Not sure if we're going to cover. The Law and Crime is going to be the pool for the media. There'll be pool throughout the case. There's a hearing on Monday that's scheduling only, discovery, other procedural matters. He's going to be there in person. No one is allowed to film him entering or exiting the courthouse. Remember, that was a big part of last trial, was watching him go in and out. I don't know how they're going to control that. Because if it's visible from the public outside, there's Supreme Court law that that supports that. I think just the pool media is not allowed to. Per the court, you must be present at the courthouse to receive the live feed. We will not be sending out a media link. It's going to be crowded. It's going to be super crowded. And I've got to be there in person. So we'll think that one over. We'll see what the schedule is. It's just down the road for me because I'm in North Carolina. It's in South Carolina. I think they want to change a venue. I think they're still looking at change a venue. So, I'm not sure. But, anyway, fun times. You have to be there in person. Yes. There, I wanted to change the venue. Anyway, let me make the afternoon portal for this. Oh, the web stream's back, or Alaska's website is back up briefly, but the live stream from the proper court is not there yet. Day 3, part 2. And we're going to be starting in about 55 minutes. So it's 2:15 right now. We're going to start at 3:15. That gives you an hour for lunch. In Alaska, no verdict yet. No verdict yet. And their website's still crashing. Internal server error. They run Ubuntu, by the way. So this is Alaska's website right now. Well, that's my streaming monitor surrounding Alaska's website. But they are not they're not working well. Let's see. Greenville's too big in comparison to Colleton. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. They do want to change venue, but the county must be similar in makeup to Colleton, and so no Columbia or Charleston. Wherever they decide to go, hotels are going to fill up really quick because you're going to have a lot of media personnel wanting to be there. So we'll see. Let's see. Get the music going. All right, we're making a portal, so we'll be in the afternoon session here before you know it. We've got about an hour before that starts. I have a lot of buttons. Always hug people who want to be hugged. Don't hug people who don't want to be hugged. There's a word for that, and it might be a crime. Did I miss a lot today? Had a headache. Dragon, you missed a little bit of spice this morning. Judges doing more judges stuff. So thank you, Josh, for pinning the internet winner. Appreciate that. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again in about 45 minutes now. 45 minutes. Graders was first. Josh skipped him. All right, that's it. You guys have a wonderful lunch. We're going to be back with more of this case. I'm hoping for more evidence. I know they've said we've got a lot of experts, but I need to hear something more. Something from Blaise's phone, maybe? Some sort of proof that he was involved in this before I can say I'd vote guilty. We'll see what happens. We'll see what's allowed to come in. Have a great lunchtime. We'll see you. Did you miss anything important? Always. Unreal Julie. Have to worry about you every minute of it. We'll see you guys in a bit. Bye-bye.